Good morning. I'm Rhonda Sims, Associate Commissioner in the Office of Assessment and Accountability. I'd like to welcome you to the Kentucky Department of Education's Technical Advisory Committee, known as KTAC. We're pleased to have you with us today. I do want to make some introductions of people that we expect to be on the session today on the team's live event. I have several team members that are here in the Office of Assessment and Accountability. Kevin Hill, Director in the Division of Accountability Data and Analysis, will be on, and John Wickheiser, his branch manager. Jennifer Stafford, Division of Assessment and Accountability Support, with branch manager Helen Jones, Jenny Larkins, and Ben Riley, who is our IT support today. So if you run into any problem, we're going to be calling upon Ben to help us fix that. Kevin O'Hare, who's an academic program manager, and Bill Audie, who provides psychometric services for the Department of Education with Ed Measurement Consulting. Other KTE staff may join us throughout the meeting. We could have the commissioner and Karen Dodd, who is our chief performance officer. I don't see them online at the moment. From the Center for Assessment, Brian Gong will be with us, and he will be facilitator today. And then he'll be joined by colleagues Chris Domaleski and Laura Pinsonneau to do the presentation around standard setting. We have staff from Humro, who has been a long-term partner with the department. They will also be presenting today. Art Thacker, Emily Dickinson, and Gertrude Valdez. Finally, we have staff from Pearson who'll be presenting as well. We anticipate Scott Wilson, Eric Moyer, and Tim O'Neill. At this time, I'd like to do a roll call and introduce our KTAC members. Elena Diaz Elio. Are you with us today? I think I see you online.
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. Pete Goldschmidt. I think Pete has not joined us yet. Corrine Huggins Manley. Suzanne Lane.
Good morning.
Good morning, Suzanne. And Phoebe Winter.
Hi, I'm here.
All right, great. All right, well, welcome everyone. We have a full day ahead. Brian will work some breaks into that time with you, and we appreciate your being with us and the expertise you bring to Kentucky in this process. Before we begin the meeting today, I do need to have a few announcements related to conducting virtual meetings. So I'm going to read those. I don't want to miss any of the important legal reminders that we need to provide this morning. The meeting must comply with the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. Accordingly, KTAC members must ensure their video is streaming and they can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. Committee members, please mute your microphone when not talking. However, all discussions must be broadcast to the public. Therefore, be sure your microphone is not on mute when you speak. Every time you speak during the meeting, please unmute your mic, state your name, and take a brief pause. This will give the software time to recognize you. Presenters, please make sure your microphone and video is turned on. When you're not presenting, please turn off your mic and camera. Please silence or turn off other electronic devices that may cause disruption to your sound feed. Minutes will be taken and shared with the general public on the KDE website. In addition, KRS 158-6455 requires that the department submit reports regarding the advice and recommendations of the committee to the Office of Education Accountability by July 1 and December 1 each year. Does anyone have any questions before I turn our session over to Brian for his facilitation? All right. That was a short teacher pause, but a teacher pause. So we'll pause that point. Brian, I'm going to turn it over to you to begin to facilitate and bring us through the agenda, which I think is on slide 2 that is being viewed right now. Again, thanks everyone for being with us today.
Thank you, Rhonda. I'm Brian Gong with the Center for Assessment, and I'm helping the Kentucky Department of Education organize and facilitate the meetings of the KTAC. Our first agenda item is to review the agenda and make sure that if there are any adjustments that need to be made, we can do that. And so, as you can see on the slide, the first agenda item is to review the agenda and also approve minutes from the previous meeting, which the TAC members received previously. And then we have agenda items that are follow-ups and extensions to things that were discussed in the previous TAC meeting. The first will be a review of the accountability standard setting that took place this past year, as well as the discussion and seeking advice from the KTAC members on procedures for accountability standard setting next year. HUMRO will follow up with presenting more information about their research agenda and selected studies. Then we'll have a presentation from Pearson about the standard setting plan for student performance levels as a validation that'll take place this coming year. And then we'll conclude the technical discussion with a presentation and discussion of procedures to develop the scale scores and subscores for students, school, and district performance by Pearson. We'll close by discussing and approving future meeting dates by the KTAC before we end with a quick summary and next steps. Are there any comments from the TAC members about things on the agenda that you think we ought to modify or expand? We're okay? Okay, great. The KTAC members received the draft minutes from the June 22 meeting. And I think everyone had a chance to comment on these right after the meeting. Does anyone have any edits or suggested modifications for the minutes? If not, then we'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Yeah, moved by Phoebe and seconded by Suzanne. All in favor, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, thank you. So the minutes are approved. It's just as a reminder, the minutes are posted about 10 days with us fairly quickly after the meeting, but they're always in draft until the next meeting when they're approved by. So we have a time between the meeting to make any adjustments to the minutes if we need to. Let's move on to the first agenda item. This is a little unusual because I'll be presenting it with my colleague, Laura Pensino. Chris Domaleski sends his regrets. He had a conflict and was traveling today. He was thinking he might be able to join us at the beginning, but he hasn't logged on, so I think he's still involved. Okay, so let's see, Ben, I take control. And then I can, okay. Laura and I are going to give a brief summary of the accountability standard setting that took place for this past year. KTAC members received a report of that had more details about it. So I'm not planning to go over those details that were in the written report. I think the overall orientation is that accountability has ratings or performance categories, and so a standard setting is needed just as is typically done for students with achievement levels or performance levels. The accountability performance standard setting needed to be performed in 2022 for a couple of reasons. One was that both the assessment and the accountability systems had been changed since the previous accountability system that was reported before the pandemic. There was a state law that was passed in 2020 that both specified the indicators the state board specified the weights for the indicators. And then the law actually has two main classes of indicators, or measures: status for each of the indicators, and then change. Change is a little different than the longitudinal growth that we're often familiar with. Change is a cross cohort measure from one year to the next. So it would be the status of the school on the indicator or overall from 1 year compared to the previous year. Because of the lack of sufficient data, change was not implemented in 22, but will be implemented in 23. And so the law actually specified that accountability standards would be set and evaluations would be done and reported for 2022, but only based on status. And so there will be another standard setting next year that involves status and change. In terms of the procedures, the accountability standard setting was designed and facilitated by the Center for Assessment. So that was Laura Pensano, Chris Domaleski, and myself. It was somewhat parallel to what a student level standard setting would be, with a couple of differences that I'll just mention, but were explained more in the report. So there were standard setting panelists. The Kentucky Department of Education recruited them. There were 26 panelists who represented a diversity of the state in several different dimensions. The center wrote draft PLDs for indicators and for overall school performance, similar to the way that you would have PLDs for students. And the panelists reviewed and revised the PLDs. And then they set performance level cut scores for the indicators and overall, similar to a bookmark standard setting for the indicators. So the school performances were ordered from low to high on the scale for each of the indicators. And then for the overall school performance, because it involved several different a combination of indicators, that was a combination of like a bookmark where it was ordered on overall score, but there were profiles that were given at each of the score points that was similar to a dominant profile standard setting approach. And so the standard setters moved through that for elementary, middle, and high school. And at the end, there was an evaluation given, and the standard setters indicated strong satisfaction or support with the process. The recommended cut scores, in accordance with Kentucky state law, were reviewed by two different groups. One is called the Local Superintendent's Advisory Committee. The other is the Commissioner of Education. Both those groups, the LSAC had a long discussion, but they approved, and the Commissioner of Education also approved. And those cut scores, accountability cut scores, were incorporated in school reports that were sent out this past month. And as I mentioned, the procedures and results are documented in the report that you have received. Are there any questions about what happened in 2022 before we go into it? Sort of a discussion about 23.
Brian, I had a question with regard to the report. In terms of the panelists, what was provided was their position and their schools, and I was wondering if it's important to provide some additional information. For example, demographics with regard to the panelists, as well as the student population that is served by their schools, such as the percentage of English learners, the percentage of students in different cultural groups, etc. just a little more information about the panelists and what students they served.
Suzanne, I think that's a great suggestion. The report is draft, and so we'll see if we have that information. But as I mentioned, I think the panelists were selected in part to have that representation. We ought to just document it. Thank you. Other comments or questions about what happened in 2022?
I just want to say this is a nice approach. This is Phoebe Winter. I just wanted to say I liked the approach it made. It's a nice transfer of methodology, and it makes supports a validity argument for accountability when there's often not a lot of evidence for the validity of the accountability system uses. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Chris Domaleski's the prime architect behind this method, and we've been using variations in different states, but I did want to compliment Kentucky because this is a public standard setting for accountability, which is not always the case. Often the cut scores and things for account and the rules are often don't take place through a committee, public committee structure. So thanks, Phoebe. Let's go on to 2023. So 2023 is more complicated in terms of what needs to be considered, and then there are also some considerations around constraints. So the cut scores for status were set in 2022. And as you'll hear also in the discussion about the standards validation for the student achievement performance levels, there's a natural desire by the Kentucky Department of Education and the field not to have radical changes. They would like to have some comparability, although there is some openness to maybe revising some of the status cut scores that were set before. So we're trying to get the policy constraints like would be done in a policy book, or those of you who are familiar with studying neighborhoods for doing a standards validation for the status part. We're trying to achieve that, so to acknowledge the key policy goals. It was a very fast schedule this past year. We've allowed more time that will allow us to give the panelists more time to do their work, but also more complete information to work with. For example, on the PLDs, they discussed them, but we didn't have time. We didn't have time to make the revisions on paper and give it to them in their meeting this last time. They only had notes that they were working from. And then the most significant one is that the standard setting will incorporate both status and change. And as I mentioned, change is different in two major ways. One is it's not student longitudinal growth. It's just a cross-cohort comparison. The other is that it's possible to do change for every indicator. And so then that gave rise to several questions that we invite the KTAC to give advice on. So the first is that the number of cut scores is very large. This is larger, way larger than any other standard setting that I've been acquainted with. It's over 100 cut scores. So we're thinking of ways to try to reduce fatigue and cognitive load. But the reason there are so many is because every indicator has 4 cuts. There are 6 indicators in high school, 4 in middle, 4 in elementary. You have to do them for status. You have to do them for change. You have to do it for combination. and overall, so it just even though they're quite parallel, there really are a lot of them, and so if the KTAC has any suggestions for what might be done to help the standard setters do this in a way that for them feels that they can do it in a thoughtful and accurate way.
This is Phoebe. You've probably thought of this. I have no idea really, because this hasn't been done, but just from a logical perspective is figuring out how best to clump the tasks. So it may be that, and I don't know enough of this to know which tasks go together, so that panelists don't have to switch, for example, from thinking about graduation rates to thinking about test scores, and then go back. So I wouldn't do, for example, all the status and then all the change. I would think about, that's kind of easy, but then there might be some other indicators that are obviously connected from a thinking construct perspective, where panelists don't have to keep switching off. And another suggestion would be to, whatever you come up with in ways of doing this, to try it out with your poor staff and see what their cognitive loads are on that. But
Thanks, Phoebe. Elena?
I think one thing to potentially consider, and you may have also considered this already, is to potentially break apart disciplines in relationship to levels. So you've got a group for elementary, you've got a group for high, and that makes sense in a lot of ways, because the types of characteristics and the types of things that are happening in those spaces are really quite different and distinct across levels. So it may make sense to have those separate groups work on those different grade levels, and then they could do something very similar to a standard setting where you have kind of like the final vertical articulation, where you start looking across levels and have a conversation about how does this look like, and then think about whether some adjustments may need to be made. But that might also be another configuration to be considered.
Thanks, Elena. Suzanne?
I was going to suggest the same thing that Elena suggested in terms of breaking it down into levels. But another thing that might be helpful, and you've probably already thought about this, is are you bringing back some of the panelists from the previous year, and to make sure that there are some individuals from each of the elementary, middle, and high school, so that they may help facilitate the process, but hopefully not speed up the process where the others are left behind. But yeah, and I like Phoebe's ideas about trying to clump them into meaningful parts.
Yeah, we did find, we did it by indicator, and if you read the report, you'll see that there was a combination of criterion referenced and norm referenced, and so people were doing that. Once they figured out sort of a value system about the norm reference part, then they could apply it very quickly across the grade levels. And it wasn't a mechanical one, but Elena, as you mentioned, someone said, well, I think elementary might be different than middle, but at least they knew what the issues were, and that helped them move more quickly. That also made it so that there was sort of a built-in vertical articulation by the group as they were going. So we'll consider these suggestions about the relative advantages between breaking it by grade level span versus maybe some other type of task. Elena?
And I just realized I'm supposed to say my name right before speaking. But you've done that job for me. So I just have a question about the report, and this goes back to kind of this notion of having groups who are familiar with not just the content, but also with the levels. One thing I did notice was that there is a indication that the cut set for English language progress was set higher for high schools. And it raised just a question for me, because for many of us who are familiar with these particular assessments in relationship to English language acquisition and development at the high school levels, these typically look much lower than what we would see in, say, the lower grades. So I think I was really surprised by that. And so I wanted to understand a little bit more context for that decision. But also, again, it also highlights some of the importance of, I think this notion of making sure that we've got a lot of folks around the table who are very familiar also with the English language acquisition issues and development skills, and are mindful about when you're setting those cuts, you have to think about like what has been the past performance of those students as well, in order to consider where it makes sense to set those cuts.
Yeah, and Laura, I invite you to jump in any time. Let me do a first response, Elena, to your question. Then, Laura, you may recall some of the discussion around the EL part. I think the first part, Elena, is that the EL progress indicator was not, many panelists said they were not familiar with it. And so while there was representation on the panels, we had 3 tables, there might have only been 1 person per table. And so they had a harder time doing that. The substantive part was that Kentucky uses a value table for English language progress. The value table essentially, the increments in the value table are going up 1 WIDA half level. So it's a large amount of student growth. And so the discussion was, in fact, very few students do that in a sustained way. And so part of what people were saying, we're trying to balance, was saying no one's doing it, so we ought to set the standard lower, versus saying if we don't keep it high, then there's not accountability for actually having students make significant progress towards proficiency, English language proficiency. So that was part of the discussion about the where the cuts got set. Laura,
Yeah, hi, this is Laura. Nice to see you all. Brian, you made the exact same first point, which came to my mind. And so I'll just reiterate, because I think it's worth mentioning and something to consider as the department assembles the panel for next year, is that I think we did hear from multiple panelists that they felt, perhaps a little out of their league in discussing the English language progress, that they didn't feel as comfortable considering expectations around the indicator. And so I think that's really important to consider. But they did have data at their disposal. So they spent some time reviewing, historical information about outcomes in this area. And I think there was generally an understanding that performance for students at different grade levels does differ for English learners, but there was also a little bit of concern. And so there was some tension in the room about setting high expectations, and yet also just sort of a sense of what the implications for that are for schools. So I think that was a bit of the tension that was happening. I don't know if that context is helpful, but Elena, between Brian and I, did we address your question?
No, definitely you did, and I really appreciate it. But it goes back to a really good point that Suzanne made in the beginning, which was to consider the kind of background expertise also of folks who are around the table, so that they can help inform types of conversations. Because yeah, I do completely understand. It's easy to make inferences about high expectations for students and to really push on that piece, but it also has to be grounded within the content, the empirical understandings of language development and issues and acquisitions and the types of supports that are given, particularly to high school, because that's a difficult time for language acquisition to kick in, and the rates typically are so much more lower.
And I think as we look at next year, especially as there's going to be a change component, sort of understanding what change looks like, and one that's sort of cohort rather than longitudinal is going to be very, very interesting to kind of consider layering that in. So lots to look forward to. Thank you.
Pete?
Yeah, just two comments about that. One is a question, actually. Is there a English language assessment that high school students, graduation exam that students need to pass in English in Kentucky?
No, it's not a graduation requirement. If it is in the accountability system that if a student makes significant progress, and in particular, if a student who is not proficient reaches proficiency on the English language proficiency assessment. Oh, no, wait, this may be the old system. Jennifer, Stafford, maybe you need to correct me. In the old accountability system, schools received credit for students who did that. Jennifer, is that still true in the new one?
As far as the English language proficiency, there is no graduation requirement for passing or meeting a certain criteria. And as far as that goes, there's no type of testing requirement for graduation. So it's all credit based at this point.
So given that, I think, I understand the thought of expectations, but as my colleagues have pointed out, the progress, in fact, it's not just progress on English language proficiency, but it's progress on content for everyone slows significantly in high school. And I think in the short term, it depends on the capacity of the system, because if you set such high expectations, you're going to have a lot of schools not meeting those expectations. And if you have the capacity to actually address that, then that's fine that all your high schools don't meet those expectations. But my sense is that no state has that kind of capacity, and I think an incremental approach is probably warranted to set expectations in a way that not only benefits the individual student towards rigorous standards and expectations, but also has meaningful consequences for helping schools meet those expectations in a way that the state can actually support. So I think that's a piece that probably isn't always thought about when setting these expectations.
Yeah, good point, Pete. The theory of action has to be not just a reporting, but actually the schools need to be able to make progress toward the goals. Let me go on to the second question that's on the slide. Those of you who are familiar with accountability, because when there are multiple indicators being combined, they're often compensatory, so that a certain overall performance rating can be achieved in a number of ways. In particular, performance might be higher on one indicator and lower on another, and still have the same. And that's partly what the standard setters need to do, is to consider that type of trade-off. The standard setting has little guidance on this. There is a weight that is set in the law that talks about 50-50, but I think that's sort of a general principle. It's not being interpreted as status will always be 50 and change will always be 50. In part because there are ceiling effects. So, for example, there's a school that their high school is at a 99% graduation rate, so that their change, if you set the change to be more than 1%, they won't be able to meet it. And so the department has talked with some of the people involved in making the law, and they agree that this compensatory approach will be needed and make sense. So we anticipate that having the compensatory approach without set weights will complicate the standard setting, because people will need to consider it, they need to articulate it, and then they need to make cuts with that. We're going to try to help do that by having draft PLDs, but because the PLDs are being set or the draft ones are being reviewed before they have data, what we found is people often go back and they want to make adjustments, because when they set the cut scores, it's actually not exactly the same as what the PLDs were. So this one suggests that something about that process. So we anticipate that the standard setters may use rules like the one that's shown. A school with very high status and graduation rate will be assigned a very high status and change rating, as long as the change rating doesn't reflect a decline larger than something. They're going to have to say what it is. So in other words, if it's very high in status and the change hasn't gone down more than some amount, then the overall rating is very high. And they'll repeat that process for each of the levels. But we anticipate that people will actually want to go back and tune the PLDs, which is, in Bookmark, that was the original procedure. People set the cut scores and then went back and tuned the PLDs. That hasn't been the case as much recently, in my experience, where usually the PLDs are a little more set and then people are using them. But we anticipate that people may need to go back and tune the PLDs. And so we're asking the TAC for suggestions on how that could be done both logistically well. And, if you've got this back and forth, you could spend a lot of time adjusting the PLDs, setting cut scores, adjusting the PLDs, going back and then making sure it's clear what everyone agrees on every change in the group. And so we're just asking advice on how to handle that. Phoebe, do you have a suggestion or a question?
I guess both. When I first read this question, I don't think the slide, I didn't understand it the way you're saying it. So I haven't thought about this too much, but I wonder if, because standard setting is at its end a policy decision that's informed by educators or by whoever is involved in by other, that's informed by outside expertise, outside to the policy, the people with the policy responsibility. There we go. That I wonder if it wouldn't be appropriate to focus it on the standard setting, on coming up with the appropriate standards as they look at them kind of raw, and not how it affects the PLDs the second time around. And then, so I'm still trying to kind of imagine this. So the standard setters do their thing, and then you modify the PLDs based on their judgment. So the department would come in and say, so basically you're doing a policy capturing approach, but you're not labeling it for the standard setter, so they don't have to go back and say, well, am I consistent with my policy? You're saying you have this policy, and this is the policy you use to set the standards, so we're going to articulate it for you, rather than the back and forth. I don't know how practical that is, but it would eliminate some back and forth.
No, thank you. I think that that could be a feasible thing, and especially if we then have the final PLDs go through an approval process by some group, either the standard setters or a policy group itself. Corinne?
Hi, this is Corinne Huggins Manley. I don't know. I don't have an answer to the last question on the slide. How has this been done well in other? And my comment might be a little more big picture than what you're tapping into. But I did hear Laura's comment about the experts having some tension between wanting to set high expectations, but what are the ramifications for the schools? And I think I noticed that's going to come to us later in the validity arguments under HMRO as well. This tension, right? So one thing I thought when I was reading this slide and as you were talking is it seems like it would be nice to lay out very clearly what the overall expectation is for schools that all these rules will tap into or follow. So my understanding from what you've said is that a school that has a higher status would not have as high of a change expectation, whereas maybe schools with a lower status, we would be expecting to see higher changes. I think it just would be nice to lay those things out very clearly and have the rules follow. And that might help everyone to understand what those expectations are and maybe decrease some of that tension and make sure that all the things are aligned to that. And maybe I've also heard that wrong, which would highlight more having an overall expectation of how these things combine, status and change.
Suggestion. The tension is, I think, is a natural one that occurs because of the broadly representative nature of the group. And one way that we saw it was when there was a norm referenced expectation. Some panelists felt strongly that, for example, most schools should get high scores, and other people disagreed with that. And we didn't take a position on that in the PLDs. That was something that the standard setters had to work out. But I think, Corinne, what you're suggesting is to get some maybe guardrails about what the general principles are on that, and that will help speed up the process and make sure that the people aren't either going outside of or spending too much time trying to reinvent that. I think that would be a helpful thing. Suzanne and then Elena.
I was thinking about the extent to which you need to go back and forth with regard to incorporating decision rules into the PLDs. And I think Phoebe's idea is useful, but I think it would be important throughout the standard setting is to capture these rules where they have it in front of them, all of the decision rules that they have made, because I'm sure some of the decision rules for one indicator is going to be relevant to another indicator. So somehow capturing it. And then if some entity besides the panelists is going to incorporate them into the PLDs, I would suggest that you have a verification. Or it might be the case that you bring back several of the panelist members to help incorporate these decision rules into the PLDs so that they feel like they've had a voice in it and that they've been represented.
Thank you. Elena?
I agree exactly with what Suzanne and Corinne have said, and I just wanted to also further emphasize a point that Corinne made in terms of also providing a lot more contextual information about kind of the decisions that are being made, because as you know, if you start bringing in panelists who are coming in, for example, from turnaround schools, their perspectives and their values are so going to be centered around change, and the importance of that, and how the grounding of the information should be really valuing the changes that they make in order to demonstrate improvement. And I've been in so many of these settings where people are fighting about the value of status versus the value of change. So some of these decisions need to also be made and anchored in relationship to how the department has also kind of formed some of the values around what they perceive as important with the community and with the group of stakeholders around the table, just so that there's just clear kind of guidance around where do we land as a group around some of these decisions, because otherwise you will not, it's going to be, these are all based around kind of human judgments and values. So it's going to be difficult to navigate that unless there are some very clear guiding stars, if you will, to help ground the conversation so that people can always go back to those values, to make sure that when they're thinking about these types of decision rules, that they're bound by some of those values that have been articulated up front.
Yeah, thank you. Pete?
Another thing that might be useful, that's a little bit separate from the previous suggestions, that it might help simplify things, is if the department or other smart people can get together and make some overarching rules that cut across all of these potential 100 different decisions in terms of what happens at the extreme ends of these decisions, which was mentioned a little bit earlier as well. So, for example, I can't remember what the minimum end is for Kentucky, but maybe if it gets laid out, for example, that no school's rating is impacted from the previous year if the impact is based on one student, right? So if you have a very small n size, one student can take your graduation rate from 100% to 95% or something like that, and that would seem like a big change, but it's based on a single student. And so I think deciding some boundaries, I'm not saying it's one student, maybe it's 3, maybe it's 5, whatever it might be, but setting those boundaries, which would then really overarch all of the decisions so that the panelists don't have to concern themselves with these one-off cases, well, these multiple one-off cases for all of these indicators at all of the extremes, might lighten the burden a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. I think you're anticipating one of the other questions that we have. That incorporating that into the decision rule and having a general rule or general rules, I think is a really good suggestions, so that people don't have to do it over and over again.
It can become very easy to linger on those outlier cases, and the proportion of time that gets spent is disproportionate, right, to the actual cases. So thank you for that good advice.
One thing I'll mention, which was not that it's not something that I've seen that commonly. We had a 2/3 rule, so we did 2 rounds, and then we had a 2/3 rule, which is when after the 2 rounds, people saw what the recommendations were, and then if 2/3 of the panelists agreed to change it, then then they changed some things, and they actually went through and changed several of the lower cuts, and I think they were doing something like what you were saying, Pete. They said we set these things up, but actually we want there's a general rule that we want, and then they applied, and then they actually changed several of the cuts following that type of rule. Because of the time, let me go on to the final 2 questions. Humro has, and you'll hear from them, has consistently done a type of decision consistency accuracy analysis of Kentucky's accountability ratings, and they're planning to do that again for this. And the Center for Assessment is interested in being able to quantify the reliability and precision of accountability as well. And so we're wondering whether this is like a possible thing to do or a useful thing to do, is have something like a conditional standard of error of the accountability scores, so that you can say at the cut score, for example, then here's so it's not just the decision consistency, but something about the precision at the cuts. Are you familiar with things that might be applicable here? Remembering that in accountability, most of these scores are composites, and they sometimes incorporate these decision rules, which make it more complicated than just a scale score. Pete, please.
Yes.
Okay, we've talked about this a little bit. I know that you've done some work that was on teacher evaluations that was published. That was quite parallel to this. But are there other things that you can share?
Yeah. I mean, this is not. I don't have the equation off the top of my head. Is the but I think the idea is twofold. One, on the teacher effectiveness piece, which you can pick your level of organization there. It could be schools, or teachers. That is more of a kind of a resampling technique, which is certainly one approach. But the other thing, of course, is taking the actual data as you have it and looking at the variability of the scores themselves, and then in combination, that gives you some from which you can create a standard error as well. I mean, we would expect to find certainly when you calculate a growth estimate or a status estimate, you're going to get some measure of reliability and some measure of precision around that estimate, and then you just have to. And I know you have people at the center who can apply the appropriate equation to aggregate that up into a composite standard error, and that will give you some sense of precision at least, which I think is ultimately the most useful, because if your score is X plus or minus, that tells you that when you're around the cut score, there is a certain probability of you being on either side of it. And I'm sorry, in fact, we were at some session, and who was it? Did Leslie have a spreadsheet on that? I think he may have had a where he was starting to calculate exactly that. So I think you guys have it. That was a few years ago. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
Thanks. Yeah, I think we're interested in having KTAC members help us sort of give us pointers towards where we can go for either a literature review of this or talking to people who are maybe doing it but haven't published their things fully yet. Elena?
I could be off here, but I just wanted to double check, and this is more of a question. Is Kentucky one of those states that has a request for a reconsideration process? So meaning that if are contesting your accountability rating, you can actually bring to bear more evidence to potentially switch out that rate.
Rhonda or Jennifer or Kevin, is there like an appeals process for accountability decisions?
There is, Brian. In both statute, Kentucky statute, as well as in regulation, there is a process that you can appeal your performance judgment. So you can't just appeal anything. in the system, but anything that's sort of your rating, whether it be a federal or a state. And we don't get very many of those, but we will occasionally get a school or district, it's usually a school, asking for that kind of appeal. Then we have a formal legal process that you bring together a committee with a particular representation. We work with our legal office, present the change of the evidence. The committee makes a recommendation to the commissioner of whether or not anything is changed in the data that would lead to a change in the status. But we do have a formal appeal process.
Thank you. I thought I recalled that from the first TAC meeting that I attended. I think that was something that was referenced. I only bring this up because I think it's just something to keep in mind. So much of the information here are just based on these kind of human judgments, and it's, you know, the types of sampling techniques that we bring to bear in some ways are not necessarily either suitable or does it really make sense within the context of all of these decision rules that are being developed here. It's really hard to also think about the extent to which some of these cuts, you know, to what, you know, they're taking place at so many different levels of the system, and then they're taking place at the aggregate level. And it really, in many ways, there's so much of this that really bears on judgment. And so I think in some ways, if we're saying that we also have an appeals process, we're also acknowledging the fact that we're allowing for schools to submit evidence in the possibility that they do feel that this is really not an accurate representation of what's happening. And again, so much of this is based on a scarcity of indicators that provide a picture of a school. It's not a holistic picture. So in some ways, this process, depending on the way it's framed, is an opportunity for some schools to say, we do have some evidence that point to other ways of looking at achievement, looking at growth, and it points to some other type of, it provides discrepant information. So that needs to be taken into consideration. So I'm just bringing this up because I think in some ways, yeah, you can create all of these different statistical devices around these cuts and provide an opportunity for schools to think about it within the context of these errors. But it's really hard because, I mean, it's just compounded at every single stage of the sausage making process, if you will, for a lack of a better way of putting it. And so I think it makes sense to also emphasize the fact that you do have this appeals process, not saying that this is a route out, but rather it's an avenue for which schools can consider and take if they do feel that the information that they gather and what they understand about their schools can provide a more complete and holistic picture of what's happening at their schools as well. So just want to make sure that we don't forget about that. Otherwise, yeah, there's a ton of literature out there with especially in relationship to all the, I would say, the teacher evaluations that have come out in the past. There's a lot of literature with calculating precision, a lot of stuff that even Rich Hill and Charlie had published in the past as well in regards to this. So I think there's a lot that you can refer to, but again, I think it really comes down to this notion of human judgment and the fact that you also do have this appeals process that enables schools to also provide alternative sets of evidence to consider.
Thank you. Suzanne?
One of the things to consider is the way in which the construct changes as you start aggregating data and then moving different scores onto different scales. And Ed Hurdle and Andrew Ho wrote a really nice piece, which you probably know, Brian, with regard to thinking about construct shifts, changes. What does it mean as you're making these types of changes? And I would imagine, and then Andrew came out with another piece afterwards. So you probably know this already, but those are two individuals I might want to contact with regard to thinking of additional methods and thinking about the error, because the error is error from multiple sources. You know, it's the sampling error as well as more straightforward precision error for the score. But I would suggest Andrew and Ed might be good folks to talk to.
Great, thank you. Pete?
Yeah, and I think kind of piggybacking on that last comment, I think it's, and I know most people know, but I think it's well worth saying that this discussion linked with the previous discussion of for example, setting the expectations for English learners or whoever at a very high level, which means potentially that a lot of schools would miss the target. So whenever you have targets or expectations where either all the schools meet or all the schools, and by all I don't mean all, but the vast majority meet or don't meet, means that there's going to be very little variability in that particular indicator, which when rolled up into composite means it won't contribute to the overall score. And so by having expectations at any extreme, pretty much, and thinking that that's a rigorous expectation, pretty much eliminates it from contributing to the overall performance of the school. And so that's another piece of the balancing act, how all of this ties together.
Yes, thank you. Phoebe and then Elena.
This is Phoebe Winter. I'm sorry, I just can't press two buttons at the same time. This goes a little off topic, but I think it's germane, especially after listening to what everyone's talked about. Is there a validity agenda for this? Because some of this, you've got procedural evidence, but I think a lot of the validation work is very different because as Pete was talking about, for example, the different contributions of different indicators, and just understanding exactly how that works might be step one in trying to do some kind of qualitative validity looks at it. But it would be a great contribution to the field if because you have such wonderful people working on the Kentucky program, very thoughtful people, if some kind of validity agenda or argument, or I'm sure there is one that would come from the theory of action, but just start operationalizing that. I know we don't expect our accountability systems to have validity evidence, but it would be nice if they did.
Phoebe, I really appreciate that. After HMRO does their presentation, could you ask the question again, just see if what they have, particularly around the school quality, climate and safety, I think they have an example that they're going to walk through.
Oh, great. Okay, and maybe that's what triggered my my question to begin with. You never know.
We have just a couple more minutes allocated for this item, so that we can give HMRO enough time. If the KTAC members could just give a quick response to the last question, which has to do with communication. One is, so the standards talk about having an indication of precision and confidence, and we've applied that to assessment scores. I don't know. I'd have to go and see if the standards talk about it for accountability scores, but in any case, it's not, in my experience, it's not a usual practice. I don't see accountability reports have some indication of precision. So one is, do you think that's a useful thing to do? And if so, how do you think it might be done well? If you've seen any examples in if you could send something to Laura or myself afterwards, we'd be happy to look at any suggestions. I saw the thumbs up. I couldn't tell who they were from. It sounded like people were endorsing the idea of reporting some type of precision confidence or accountability.
Brian, I was endorsing it. I think this is excellent. And like Phoebe said, another good contribution, one that's much needed to the field.
Well,
Sorry,
we'll
that
see.
was Suzanne Lane.
Thank you, Suzanne. We'll talk with Kentucky about things that I know that when there are focus groups with parents, one of the things that parents routinely say is they don't understand the precision things and they don't value the. That's what I think it's largely a communication issue. So that's part of the way I'm saying it. Are there ways to communicate this better? Elena.
I just wanted to say that I mean, it's not that I disagree with the use of, for example, but communicating precision and that type of information. I think that has some utility. I think we just have to step back and also think about how this system has been constructed. So, for example, going back to what Pete said about contributions of indicators, sure, that makes sense if you kind of weight them all equally. But then if you're thinking about, for example, the extent to which you're using decision rules and those override for example, the ways in which you're building up the system, then the variability really doesn't quite matter because you're kind of overriding that with some of the decision rules that you've essentially said may have greater value than the contributions of each of the individual indicators. So I just want to put it out there because this is really complex. There's a lot of series of judgments that are kind of building up to that final rating. So it's really not that all straightforward to talk about the type of precision and the way that we typically talk about it when we're thinking about measurement, when we're thinking about things that are more easily quantifiable. We're really talking about a system that's been driven largely by human judgment. And so many of the statistical artifacts that we typically look at to kind of help understand these systems and to break it down are things that break down when it comes to some of the judgments that have been put forward in, say, decision rules. So I just put that forward because I think it's important to keep in mind as we're thinking about it.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Channeling Ron Hamilton here. But one of the things that he always wanted in standard setting is 2 independent panelists. And so that would give you some really good indication of the extent to which there's variability due to the judgments being made by one panel.
Yeah, I think Ron would love to have experimental part. We had panels by method. Corinne, let's make Corinne's the last comment, and I think we'll need to go on.
And it's a small comment. I do agree that in the communication, excuse me, I like the idea of really making it clear that there is that human judgment. And I think it brings back Suzanne's earliest point today of being clear who these humans are. Providing them with that information, I think, is really helpful. I do think there's typically an assumption that the human would be a test maker, a statistician, however they like to think of that. And so I think it's really important to let them know the different types of persons that were involved in these judgments when you're communicating that. Yeah.
Thank you. I was thinking, Suzanne, about your comment about Ed Hartle and Andrew Ho's things, and so we create the validity and the statistical characteristics for a metric, but then the metrics shift as we, and particularly with accountability, we aggregate and then we do these other things with them. And I think that's a really valuable suggestion to look at this from a conceptual validity part. What is the construct that's going on? And so, and then, Elena, as you're saying, is the statistical characteristic shifting, and like, well, if so, why? It's based on some judgment that someone's doing. And Rich Hill did a number of studies where just about metrics, and so he went from scale score to like 4 performance levels to a pass fail, and I think some of you may be familiar with his work, and it's just showing that the reliability, for example, changed dramatically. Because and then the question is, if someone chose one of those, they would be choosing the accompanying precision as well, because the metric shifts. And of course, these composite ones for accountability are much more complex than any single one. This is really helpful for us. Laura, do you have any last comment or request before we go on to the next agenda topic?
I just would like to extend my gratitude for your thoughtful questions and recommendations. So hopefully I've captured them in my notes, and I'll look forward to getting this back in front of you all as we get closer to next year's event. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, we'll check. That's a good point. Is this something that the TAC would like to have brought back before the standard setting? It's a much more complex procedure, and we'll be thinking about both how to make it possible for the standard setters to do things, as well as if we make any progress on the precision of things, we can help discuss that as well. You see some, looks like we're seeing some thumbs up. Okay, I'll discuss with the department people as we put together the agendas for the next couple of meetings. Thank you. I'm going to relinquish control and turn the time over to colleagues from HUMRO.
Thanks, Brian. I will try to share my screen.
We actually already have that presentation. I'm gonna reshare. We want to keep them all on the same
that's
for
great.
internal procedures. So give me just a minute and I'll put that back up there.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Oh, could you stop sharing for me?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
It's all right.
We have a new procedure where the department has put together a unified slide deck, and so that's a nice thing, but it takes some getting used to.
Give me just a second. I'll have it on your slide. There we go. And then you have a button that says take control towards the top.
Gotcha.
You can click that, and then when you're done, let the next person take control. Don't click the button that says stop sharing.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So we can all see the slides. All right, great. So, yep, so we're from HUMRO. We're here to, talk a little bit more about our research agenda and present on a few of the studies we've completed. Art is actually going to start us off.
And Emily, if you just want to keep control, and that way we won't have to bounce. We don't have that many slides each, so it's probably easier to do it that way.
Sure thing.
All right, and I'm Art Thacker from HUMRO, and I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of a validity framework update. The last time we met with the TAC, they suggested that we need to frame our studies and organize our studies in a way that makes sense, and so that TAC can review them and make recommendations about the research agenda in a more systemized kind of way. And so we've started that process. I won't say that we've gone a great distance down that road, but we have started that process. And we began by identifying, just the big overarching goals of Kentucky's accountability system. And then we began identifying claims that sort of underpin those goals. And the claims represent aspects of the system that must be true to support those overarching goals. And then once we have the claims lined out, we'll begin identifying evidence that would be required to support each of the claim. And that means that we identify sources of evidence, some of which we have control over, some of which is located in other spaces. That evidence can come from prior or current research. It could come from process documentation, or it could come from future research. And for example, the Kentucky technical manuals contain a wealth of evidence related to assessment development, tests and item quality, and score reliability, those kinds of things. But like I say, we've started moving in that direction. And Emily, let's go to the next slide. And those overarching goals on this next slide come straight from the KDE website, and they're at a very high level. It's inappropriate to write claims at this level for a validity argument. Ultimately, we'll have to build a body of evidence to support the use of the various components of the system to work toward those overarching goals. And that's what we've begun trying to put together. And we began, like I say, using the accountability system design features that are on KDE's website. And as we develop specific claims, we'll have that process will necessarily be iterative with KDE to make sure we have all of those correct. And then we can frame the research studies to sort of fill in the evidence that's required to support those claims. Let's go on to the next slide, and I'll give you sort of an example. So overarching goal 1 is to promote higher levels of student learning and achievement. And while we don't have a well-structured theory of action yet, part of a theory of action related to that overarching goal 1 might include a statement about an accountability system promotes a school environment that is conducive, that says conducting, but it's conducive to student learning and achievement. And we look for evidence of those things using the Quality of School Climate and Safety Survey. And then we might have specific claims related to that survey that indicate that the survey is sufficiently reliable for its purpose, that it captures unique school information, and that it provides schools with actionable data. And then after that, we would write actual sort of assumption statements that are if-then statements. So if this is true, then these other things must be proven via the evidence. And that'll be our next step. And for example, for the school climate and safety survey, we might say that it must, have reliability estimates of X and captures unique school information. We might say something about that the correlation matrix, whenever we look at the results of that survey, are not redundant with some other indicator. Those kinds of things help us build up the case for sort of making these more specific claims. All right, and let's move on to the next slide. We move on to the next slide.
I'm sorry, I thought it advanced. Is it stuck on the?
It's for some reason mine was lagging.
Okay.
But yeah, there we go. All right. And so I'm going to sort of remind everybody of the research agenda that we currently have, and a lot of this is written into our contract, so it's not entirely changeable. But we are going to frame these studies in a more systematic way, like we talked about before. All of our studies will be linked to a specific overarching goal or more than one goal, and we'll talk about how they support the various claims that underpin those goals. So our contracted studies include third-party checking for both the KSA and the alternate KSA. And those studies support, for example, claims related to accurate score reporting, sort of being able to trust the scores to make inferences, those kinds of things. We also have specific studies under contract related to estimating the student and school classification accuracy. And thank you for the discussion earlier about sort of talking through school classification accuracy. That's very helpful. Those claims will relate to using the assessment scores for the purposes for which they are intended, where those studies will provide evidence for those kinds of claims. We also have research contracted under the heading of validity research, accountability research, and career and technical education end of program assessment research that allow KDE to address specific research topics to address claims that have either not yet been investigated or for which current evidence is either weak or inconclusive. But those are categories of studies that we can do under our current contract. And like I say, we work with KDE each year to make sure that those are the most appropriate uses of those sort of study headings, and we build the studies around KDE's needs for those studies. We are going to talk in more detail about some of the research that we've conducted related to the quality of school climate and safety survey. We're going to talk about some consistency across measures work that we've done. In this case, it's an examination of student performance pre-COVID versus in 2022. And we're going to talk about a recent alignment study that's just been completed and the report's just been drafted. Results of those studies will be characterized in context with the overall validity argument as it's put together. And I wish we'd gotten a little further in that I could give you guys sort of a better framework for how the validity argument is going to be put together. But that is an iterative process, and we've begun that process, but it'll take several conversations with KDE before we have something that we can share that's a more relatable framework. And with that, I will relinquish control, and unless there are any questions for me before we move forward. Suzanne.
Thank you, Art. I really appreciate the work that you're beginning to provide a validity argument for the accountability and assessment system. And I think in that argument, working with the state to identify areas that might not be in your contract, but might need to be investigated to provide evidence to support a claim. So I think it's important to start out with a very broad one and then bring it down. So not just to focus perhaps what's in your contract, but for the state to think broader in terms of what evidence is needed to support each of the claims based on the goals. And for example, I saw, I can't remember, let me look on my monitor. So one of the goals was promote higher levels of student learning and achievement. And within the implementation theory of action, it's talking about promoting a school environment that's conducive to student learning and achievement. And the climate survey was there. There's so many other, and I'm sure you know this, Art, there's so many other things in terms of evidence to support that an environment is being provided that helps promote student learning, such as appropriate instruction, opportunities for students, etc. So I'd like to see it, and I know this isn't necessarily under your control, but I'd like the department to think about being as broad as possible and to provide the necessary and sufficient evidence to support certain claims. And thanks, Art, for your work in doing this.
Thanks, Suzanne. And I think our plan is to start very broad, and the parts that we are, sort of steeped in, the parts that we're good at and that we're doing the work for, we'll drill down fairly deep into. But the other parts will be, for other, Pearson or the Center or KDE or whomever to drill down into to generate the full breadth of the evidence, and the validity argument document will eventually be a sort of a KDE maintained document. We're not the right entity. We're certainly the right entity to help get it started, but we're not the right entity to maintain it over the years. So, Phoebe.
Yes, thank you. This is Phoebe Winter, and again, I want to commend HUMRO for really bringing us down a path that we need to be brought down in terms of how our accountability systems work, in Kentucky for supporting that. And I really like the idea that it looks like what you're doing is looking at the pieces of information that go into the accountability system to start with and see how well they work or the degree to which they work as intended. But as I was thinking, because you were talking about alignment, and as Suzanne was talking too, I think this is germane, is that one of the things that could be done is to look at all the indicators and figure out which goals they align to or which claims they align to. And that might be a really good, I see you're doing that to begin with, but maybe before even doing any of the analyses, except as illustration, and again, your contract's going to determine a lot of that, is broadening the framework to consider. I mean, you wouldn't be doing an alignment study. I think this is just something professionals in accountability can do at this point, but almost like a test, like what aligns in there, what's missing, how is each thing from a practical outcome perspective ends up being weighted in terms of alignment. So you've got all these things aligned to each of your goals. And then once a standard setting is completed, you can see how well they both, how they're weighted, but also how much, as Pete was talking about, I think, and others earlier, and Elena, how they actually contribute to the results from a practical perspective. And then that might be a really, I know it pushes things back a little bit, that might be a really good way to then prioritize what kind of, so if every school has a great climate, for example, then which would be wonderful if it would. You want to know that, you want to document it. I'm not saying it's not important, but it wouldn't be necessarily contributing to the variability as other people have brought up. So I'm kind of thinking of, and this is something that Joseph Martineau and I used to talk about, and I think he wrote something up about it, is the idea of trying to apply test validation rules in a different way to accountability. Like at first I was thinking, well, do you think of each survey as an item? But no, they're weighted a little differently. And so, it's just really, thank you for allowing us to think with you on this too. I think it's really important stuff.
Yeah, thank you, Phoebe. That I was taking notes furiously while you and Pete were talking earlier, because I think that's exactly the way that we want to sort of begin approaching sort of school classification accuracy. Is I think we want to look at those components and look at their contribution, and we have some methodologies that we use that are sort of Bayesian methodologies for aggregating up things that we have error estimates for, but we've always had caveats about the things that we don't have error estimates for that contribute to those sort of school decisions. But I think doing something that's a little less quantitative, where we actually look at each of the components and see how those components matter in making the overall determinations and contribute to the variability is an important step and would be really useful for a validity argument. So thank you. Corinne?
Hi, Corinne. Corinne Huggins Manley. I want to third the comment that this is really, really nice to see. I think it gives an overarching framework that brings a lot of opportunity to really think forward about what the system could be not just what it is right now or how to achieve, very smaller goals. I was wondering if you could either speak to or think about in the future who was involved in deciding the overarching goals. And I thought a lot about district level assessment and research coordinators and whatnot, who really are an in-between of getting the information from the state level about the schools in their district and accountability. But for example, when I look at overarching goal 2 about that one goal is to reduce achievement gaps, right? I think a big part of the mechanism of how that might actually occur happens, for example, at the district level and other levels too that I might not be thinking about, but I've been working at some district level things. How do they take and provide that information to their schools? How do they make use of the different scores that are provided at that level might actually be the mechanism for some of those changes that aren't just naturally going to occur, for example, by just identifying schools that are underperforming or that are targeted for support. So I just thought maybe, it might not be in your purview, but maybe a part of this is to provide recommendations out for who can help to guide some of these. What are the mechanisms for the underlying goals that then lead to the claims and all those things? So I hope that was a clear comment there.
Yeah, I think it was sufficiently clear, and Kentucky is one of the only states that I'm aware of that has a history of sort of going out and looking at how people use data to make changes in schools and classrooms. And, lots of states produce data and they have lots of evidence about how good that data is. But as far as I know, Kentucky is one of the very few that's really looked at whether the data is useful, how it's used, and if it's being used in appropriate kind of ways, and whether that matters for the overall accountability scores that the schools and districts receive. Now those studies are dated at this point, but still, Kentucky, certainly deserves some kudos for doing that. And I think it's a very important part of establishing the validity of a program, especially an accountability program, that is often overlooked. So thank you for reminding us that we need to look at how the data are used and how they make a difference. Thanks.
Yeah, and just as a minor follow-up, sometimes I think too, one of the beauties of having this larger framework is that you can share with them what your intentions were. What are your goals? Do they have those shared goals? And how can they rethink how they use the data to try to meet those goals? So I think it's a major benefit of outlining those broader goals for everybody. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I should probably turn this over to make sure my colleagues have time to talk about the studies that we've just completed. So, Emily, are you next?
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Okay, and I just want to, the reports that we're going to talk about were not finalized in time for this meeting. So unfortunately, we didn't get to share the report with you, but we want to present some of our findings. So the first one I'm going to talk about is the Quality of School Climate and Safety Survey. Since its first administration, we have conducted several analyses to contribute to the body of reliability and validity evidence for the survey, which is a component of the school accountability model. So these couple of slides summarize what we saw from the spring 2022 administration of the survey. So we did some item analysis and just kind of looking at, that the items are kind of functioning as we'd expect. We noted that, there's for all items, all response options were selected at least once, so they are using the full kind of response scale. There's not any particular item that is pervasively skipped. For all items, less than 0.5% of students skipped the item. The majority of responses to any item were positive. We did note that this decreases as grade band increases, but that is kind of somewhat supported by the literature where we see that student perceptions of school climate tend to decrease as you go through the grade bands, go up the grade bands. Someone just asked, Elaine just asked, what was the participation rate on the survey? And it is administered to every student who takes the survey. It's administered in tandem with the summative assessment. So I'll have to, and actually I don't have the participation rate on hand, but it's, I mean, it's all students who are assessed take this survey. So that should be roughly the population. So we looked at scale reliability. We looked at the overall as well as the climate and safety subscores, and we saw, you know, all reliability estimates were greater than 0.8. And then we also did a confirmatory factor analysis. We modeled a bifactor model with an overall score and also climate and safety subscores, and we saw good model fit. So again, we do this every year and kind of are consistently seeing good reliability, good model fit. We also did some, it's an alpha, yes. Thanks, Corinne, that is an alpha, yeah. We did some subgroup mean comparisons, so calculated the mean scores and for overall and climate and safety subscores. And we calculated effect sizes and found some slight to small effect sizes, no moderate or large effect sizes, just generally small to almost non-existent, and nothing in a really consistent magnitude or direction. We also did some correlations with other measures. We looked at the student level and found small to moderate positive associations with reading, math, and science scores. And when we saw those correlations tended to be lower, there tended to be a lower association as you moved through the grade levels. We also calculated correlations at the school level and found small to moderate positive associations with mean reading, math, and science score. And the fact that those are not too large tells us that the survey does contribute unique information to the overall accountability score. You know, it's something different than just school level achievement. We also looked at some correlations with some other school factors. And hopefully we'll have, as we move forward, we'll get more kind of school level data that we can correlate for kind of validity evidence. But we found small to moderate negative correlations with school size and number of behavior events, things that we posited to be related potentially to perceptions of school climate and safety. So larger schools, student perceptions overall tended to be a little bit lower. And if there were a lot of behavior events happening at schools, then perceptions of climate and safety tended to be lower. And this was particularly strong at the middle school level. Suzanne?
This is Suzanne Lane. Do you also look at the potential differential effects for different locales, like large city, small city, rural, suburban, as well as these other factors?
We did not, but that is a good idea and can definitely, since this is a kind of a study we repeat annually, that's something that we can try to include in the future. And I would appreciate any other ideas of other factors, assuming we have the data that we might want to consider looking at. Pete?
Yeah, I think along those lines, I would be interested in looking at some census data by what you can align the districts in terms of climate and safety, because my guess is there's so it might be a somewhat you'd have to think about what your hypotheses would be in the sense of, is safety and climate a function of the surrounding neighborhood, or does the school provide some resiliency to that? So I mean, you know, a priori, I don't know which way that might go, but I think some of those data might be kind of informative to the larger setting that the school finds itself in.
Good idea. Thank you. Who was next? Sorry. I think Elena was next, and then Suzanne. Yeah.
This is Elena, and I just wanted to also highlight the importance of thinking about this work rather than just
I'm sorry, your volume is low or cutting out or something. I was having trouble hearing that. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, great. I kind of have to put my face right against the screen, I guess. I just want to underscore the importance of thinking about this as a agenda and thinking about the connections of this work in relationship to the things that are supposed to directly contribute to it. So I'm thinking particularly in terms of the multi-tiered support system. So we're thinking about MTSS here, and there's a lot of data collection that's also done around MTSS work. So I think it's really important to think about the strength of the teams that have been established at these schools in relationships with these types of indicators as well, because it's really important to not think about this only in terms of accountability, but also in terms of the larger infrastructure that's supposed to be supporting schools in general as well.
Thanks for that. Yep. Suzanne?
And my comment had to do with the infrastructure. If you have information on principal turnover as well as teacher turnover, because I know that those factors affect achievement scores, so I'm assuming they affect other important variables.
Elena, did you have another comment, or is that just a residual hand up? Okay. All right. And thank you for those comments. If there are no other questions or comments, I will advance the slide and let my colleague Trudez talk about the work he's been doing. Again, it's addressing the task of correlations with other measures. And in this case, as Art said, we're looking at the correlation between summative assessment prior to the COVID school closures and then in 2022. And this is giving us some information about the ongoing impacts of COVID. So Trudez.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Trudez Velasquez. I'm a part of the Humro research team working on research agenda for KDE. So this study would be classified or falling under the overarching or overachieving gap, overarching goal 2, which would be reducing achievement gaps and ensuring equity. So we were interested in comparing 2019 and 2022 mean scale scores for mathematics and reading, grades 3 through 8 assessment. One of the challenges that we faced in working with this data was there were no common items between the 2019 and 2022 operational assessments. So we were not able to directly link those assessments. However, there were a sample of students who sat both the 2019 operational assessments as well as the 2020 field test items. And we use those students, that subpopulation of students, to examine student abilities first between those groups and see how well those student abilities for that subsample actually represented the larger sample or larger population of students who sat the 2019 assessments. We did not have to make any corrections on student ability estimates based on our examination of that subsample with the 2019 population. So once we were able to do that, then we were able to use common items equating design to place the 2022 operational tests onto the same measurement scale as the 2020 field test items. And having done that, we were then able to place the student ability estimates for 2022, those who sat the 2022 exam, to the 2019 reporting scale using those 2019 transformation constants. Having done that, then we were able to generate scale score summary statistics, effect sizes, particularly Cohen's d, to examine overall differences in 2019 and 2022 student performance. Can we advance to the next slide, please? So here we have a small graphic of the design, of the study design. So our rectangles represent 2019 operational tests in math and reading and 2022 operational tests in the same subjects. There were a sample of students who sat both the 2019 operational assessments as well as the 2020 field test items. And we examined and compared student ability estimates for those students, that sample of students who sat the 2020 field test items, to the larger population of students who sat the 2019 operational tests. And we found that that sample who sat those 2020 field test items in terms of their ability estimates were representative of that larger group or population of students who sat the 2019 operational tests. So having done that, then we were able to examine or to place or to use a common items equating design in which we place the 2022 operational tests onto the same scale as the 2020 field test items, which are representative of the 2019 student ability estimates. Next slide, please. Can we go to the next slide, please?
I think I did, so it might just be a lag again. I hit go, and it looks like it moved on my end. So I'll go back and forward again and see if that helps. Let's see. Any luck?
I think
okay.
we're
Let me go further forward and back. Huh. Nothing, huh?
No,
Emily, do you have a button above you that says take control or stop sharing?
I have stop sharing, is what
Okay.
it says. Yeah.
Give me just a second. I want to take control.
Okay.
And did the slide advance for everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Emily, if you want to take control again,
All right.
then we should be good to go.
And we're still seeing the correct slide when I took control.
Yes.
Okay, good.
So we made a number of comparisons based on our results. First, we compared within year between group performance. We also compared between years within group performance. And then we examined both groups within year between groups versus between years within groups. In the first instance, with within year between groups, we examined both the magnitude and patterns of the mean scale score differences. And we found, first of all, that the magnitudes of the mean scale score differences between groups in 2019 and 2022 are similar across subjects and grades. And that pattern is also similar across within year 2019 and 2022. Between years, within group comparisons, we saw results in which the mean scale scores of students who took the 2022 assessments were consistently smaller than mean scale scores of students who took the 2019 assessments. And then the magnitude of these mean scale scores differences between years increased as grade level increased. And in particular, that was true for more so for mathematics than for reading. And then when we looked at within year between groups compared against between years and within groups, the mean scale score differences between years were consistently larger than mean scale score differences within the same year. We have a pending report for KDE, which outlines these specific results, these general results in more detail. I'm willing to provide additional discussion on this based on your questions. Corinne, please.
Hi, Corinne Huggins Manley. Mostly I just wanted some clarification. On the prior slide, were tests not canceled in 2020? Were the field test items given before the pandemic? How did you have 2020 field test items?
Yeah, those field test items were given before schools actually were closed, and we had that data available for examination.
Okay.
Without those 2020 field test items, we would not have been able to make to proceed with the study design.
Right. Right. No, I agree. I just was confused on how you had any data from 2020, but it was prior to pandemic.
Yes.
And then also, I might not fully understand if this is possible given the way you equated or linked, but were the 2020 field test items evaluated for item parameter drift as they were shown in the pre and post COVID, or do you think that's important? And I'm assuming that the 2019 and 2020 tests were all given in person in the traditional way. Is that right? So none of those were virtual tests.
I don't have the details on whether they were given in person or virtually.
Okay.
So I'll ask Art, who has more historical background, to comment on that.
It was a standalone field test administered in the fall, and they were given in person.
Okay.
Yeah. And
okay, and so then but you skipped the year 2021. I think for good reason. Then maybe that was a really weird testing year. Is that essentially what's going on?
There is a HUMRO report that looks at these issues for 2021 that we produced and have talked about with KDE in the past. But yeah, because it was a little weird, and because there were a slightly smaller sample than we typically see in the state, we were concerned about sort of student population representation and some other issues, and it was important to sort of look at it using this kind of methodology. It also allowed us to sort of link back using almost the full student population. So Kentucky had good participation for 2022. So yep.
Okay. Yeah, I would think in the full report, and you maybe already do this, but it would be nice to outline the look at the quality of those as essentially kind of your anchor items, right? Were they, given that they weren't intended to be that way, they were field tests, were they representative of the larger content on the content on the larger tests in 19 and 22? And again, if possible, item parameter drift, I'm still wrapping my head around, is that even possible given your data, but things of that nature. The last question I had was on this slide that's in front of us, when you're looking within year and within subject and grade, what are the groups? What are the between groups? Are those demographic groups?
Yes, those are demographic groups. For example, we looked at ethnicity, and in particular, we look at Black, white, and Hispanic students. We also look at data based on gender, male and female.
Okay.
Whether they had an education plan or not. We also had looked at accommodations as well. So these comparisons, so we selected a reference group in each of those instances and compared groups against that reference group.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems interesting. I mean, I know you're just giving the, very big picture results. But I'm guessing when you say things like they were similar across subject and grade, you don't mean similar across those critical groups. Like, were there any groups that really stood out? So, for example, students with disabilities that stood out as having a larger mean score difference across these 2 years, 19 and 2022. So I assume when you say similar, you mean it was consistent for that type of grouping across the subjects and grades, but were there any demographic variables that really stood out in terms of large COVID impacts?
I think in general, the data, the results, as we analyzed them, did not have any particular group or subgroup which displayed larger mean differences based on their performance across within year across groups or between years. So those were consistent across. The patterns were consistent across, but we did see, for example, larger increases in mathematics, larger score differences in mathematics as grades increased.
Okay, so it's more the overall, since you've seen all the results, you would say the overall is that mean scores decreased
Yes.
in 2022 compared to 2019, and that holds kind of regardless of the demographic groups you look at.
Yes.
Okay.
That
Okay.
is true.
Thank you.
And these differences were medium to large effect sizes based on Cohen's d.
Oh, so there were some really large. Yeah, I'd be really interested in seeing the full report when you all are ready to share. Thank you.
Sure, of course. Suzanne? Sorry, you're on mute.
One never learns, right? Or at least I don't, Suzanne Lane, by the way. I'm really surprised to see that there was no differences in the subgroups. And given that we see differences in subgroups across other states, southern states, northern states, etc. You know, we're seeing differences on NAEP too. So I guess I would like to see more information. You know, I would have liked to have seen what groups you looked at specifically, what the differences were, what the effect sizes were. So I'd like to see a full report. I'm wondering, are there any conjectures as why the subgroup differences weren't evident in Kentucky versus, I mean, that would be wonderful if that was the case, but we just don't see it anyplace else for some subgroups.
And oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Emily.
Well, I was just going to say, we did, as Art mentioned, we did something similar, but obviously, you know, some methodological differences because of the data issues. But we did look at differences using 2021 data, and we saw a similar pattern of everyone experienced losses, but no group experienced losses such that it increased gaps. The gaps kind of remained the same. It was kind of across the board. So we did see this pattern twice, just to let you know that there's a little bit of, you know, the fact that we're seeing this was also seen, you know, in another study. So just wanted to offer that. Go ahead, Trude. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. And I saw Art comment as well. So if you'd like to contribute as well, that's fine.
I was just going to make the comment that you know, we've seen those studies as well, Suzanne, and we expected that pattern, and we were a little surprised when we didn't find the pattern where you see the achievement gaps exacerbated for certain groups. But the data for Kentucky don't support you know, widening of those gaps. The decline pre-pandemic versus now is substantial, but we did not see in the data the kinds of things that are being reported on NAEP and for some of the other studies with regard to the widening of the gaps and those kinds of things. And I don't have a conjecture that I'm comfortable, you know, moving forward with at this point.
Well, it's wonderful news if Kentucky doesn't. I'm sorry, this is Suzanne, and I shouldn't have jumped in, but I didn't want to say that I think this is a negative outcome. I was just surprised by it. So, well,
the decline, you know, the change is substantial. So I think it's yeah, but you know, it's a small bit of maybe good news, but the decline is substantial from prior to COVID to now for everybody.
Phoebe, please.
Yeah, thank you. This is Phoebe Winter. Yeah, I think this is wonderful. I would really like to see the full report, though, before getting too excited or too unexcited to look at some of the contextual data around it too. So, you know, I don't know if in terms of how many kids you lost, which of those, who were the kids who are not in the two steps, all that kind of information, I think will help me understand it a little better. I'm terrible with that, I'm one of those concrete people. I need to see the thing. So I'm this is great introductory information and summary information. I hope we get to see the full report, perhaps at the next meeting. Thanks.
We are working on the full report now, so we anticipate that will be completed shortly, and we'll forward to KDE for the review, and then possibly once that is done, KDE will distribute to you. Pete?
Yeah, I think it is difficult to interpret this without seeing at least some preliminary graphics or tables to help step through this, because depending on grades and the grade levels and absolute score levels and standard deviations, even the effect sizes can be open to a little bit of interpretations in terms of, you know, an extreme example, if a score goes from if the gap is 20 points, and let's say it's 100 to 80, and it goes from down to 60 to 40, that's still a 20-point gap, but the relative loss for one group is significantly greater than the other. So it's a little and I understand it's an extreme example, but it's a little unclear without seeing some little more concrete information of how one should interpret these results.
Thank you for that, Pete. I think that the report will definitely have those details, including tables and graphs, which will make those comparisons clearer. So at this point, we're presenting an overview of the results, those general comments, but the report definitely has those details. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Emily.
Thanks, Trudez. I'm now going to talk about the alignment study, and we actually finalized this report as of today. We're delivering it to KDE later today, but again, that wasn't in enough time to get it to you all for an advanced screening, so apologize about that. But if you're interested in seeing the full report, we do have that, you know, that we could distribute. So we conducted a series of alignment workshops in this past summer and in the early fall. We conducted workshops for all content areas, all grade levels for both the KSA and the alternate KSA. So quite an undertaking. And so data from these workshops, in which we convened Kentucky educators to rate operational test items on their content alignment and their cognitive complexity. And then we used these ratings to evaluate several alignment criteria that we had identified a priori.
Apologies, Emily.
Yeah.
Are you on the next slide?
No, I haven't moved this. I'm just giving some
Okay.
background. Sorry. Is it still showing is it showing study 2 still? Or do you see
Yeah.
study 3?
No, we're seeing study 2.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Let me, so this should.
I'm seeing study 3. But...
Study 3, okay. Should be on selected study number 3, alignment study 1, though I haven't actually talked about anything on the slides yet. So Trudez, thanks for pointing that out. So some people are still seeing study 2. Okay.
You can move the slide for yourself, I believe.
Yeah, I'm moving it, but
I mean, not you.
Oh,
I mean.
Oh, I see. I just want to make sure everyone's seeing study. Okay. So I've got 3 slides that are, again, high level conclusions, and you know, we can share the full report with you. But so our first research question that we addressed was, to what extent do the spring 2022 KSA and alternate KSA assessment test items reflect the Kentucky academic standards and alternate assessment targets? We found strong evidence that items on the KSA measure content outlined in the Kentucky academic standards. So nearly all items were identified as measuring content standard in the Kentucky academic standards. What was less strong was evidence that the item pool currently covers the breadth of the Kentucky academic standards. So another piece of one of our criteria was to look at the coverage of the standards, and so are a sufficient number of the standards covered. And so when you get to these grade band tests, where you're including 3 grade levels, and so you're kind of considering the pool of standards from all of those 3 grade levels, you have a lot of potential standards to address. So we found that, using a web-based criterion of 50% of the standards being covered, it was hard for even the full item pool to cover 50% of the standards when we looked at the grade band tests. We also looked at whether the blueprint targets for domain coverage were met, and we found some issues, particularly in reading and writing, where the percentage of items at measuring each domain did not meet the targets. For the alternate KSA, we found strong evidence that the items measure the content in the standards and cover the prioritized Kentucky Academic Standards alternate assessment targets. So that design prioritizes particular standards or particular assessment targets for inclusion on the assessment, and we found that they met their design plan pretty consistently. Oh. Okay. So the next question, I think I went too far. Okay, number 2. Okay, so the next question we addressed was, to what extent did the spring 2022 KSA and alternate KSA assessment test items reflect a range and distribution of cognitive complexity? We found that in general, the number of recall items, so WEB's DOK level 1, were minimized with the exception of mathematics. The items were a large number of mathematics items were rated at WEB's DOK level 1. But in the other content areas, that was not the case. A majority of items were rated at levels 2 or higher. So one thing we recommended in our report was to consider establishing some cognitive complexity targets in the KSA test specifications, because currently there's kind of no guidance for what the distribution of cognitive complexity should look like on a test form or in the item pool. So we recommended that KDE consider adding something like that to their test specifications. In terms of the alternate KSA test forms, based on the ratings of our panelists, they found the test forms to reflect a reasonable distribution of cognitive complexity across content areas. And then the last question we looked at was specific to the alternate assessment. We asked, to what extent do the spring 2022 alternate KSA test items allow students to demonstrate performance on grade level academic content? And so what we had them do was, once they aligned an item to an alternate assessment target, we asked them to consider whether that item and the content that it was measuring where it was allowing students to demonstrate performance on grade level content. And so and the educators that made these judgments had both content and special education expertise, and so consistently found that these items and their associated targets allow students to demonstrate performance on grade level content. Generally good, strong alignment evidence and some room for improvements in terms of making sure the item development efforts, address the coverage of the targets of the domains, and just considering the cognitive complexity of particularly math items. So that's the high-level summary of our alignment findings. Corinne?
Thank you, Corinne Huggins Manley. For this third alignment study that I'm looking at on the slides, what was the method used there? I think the way it's written about allow students to demonstrate, it makes me think a lot about like a response process study, but I don't think that's what you were doing in an alignment. So what is it that kind of leans toward that inference that it allows students to demonstrate their performance as opposed to just the content aligns to the performance? Yeah.
It was just an additional judgment that we asked these educators to make based on their experience in terms of content and also this student population. are we, kind of ultimately trying to get to that question of are students able, is the test reflect grade level expectations, I guess is, but this was just a judgment of the educators after, just a rating of each item, and it was framed just like that to demonstrate is this grade level content that we're testing them on.
Okay, so it was like a consistency and a rating they provided at the item. Okay, thank you.
Phoebe?
Yes, this is Phoebe Winter. I have 2 questions right now. One is about science. And does Kentucky have an intentional have a plan that goes across years in terms of including different standards across the years? Because that is something that would make a difference. It might also make a difference in how you do the alignment study. So a lot of states are saying we can't get them all, and this is our plan.
And I don't think there is a prioritization of particular standards at this point. That is a recommendation for sure. And but yeah, and I agree that if we had a little bit more of a design, then we could incorporate that into our alignment criteria, just to kind of make sure that the intended design was met. But at this point, there was no prioritization.
Okay, and yeah, I'm not really talking prioritization. I'm talking more rotation or something like standard
gotcha.
2 is going to be administered every 3rd test or
Gotcha.
what, something.
Yeah.
But that's just the same idea. And then the other question was about DOK. You talked about, you used Webb's method, right?
We used Webb's DOK, kind of descriptions. Mm-hmm.
Did you use Webb's method overall? I mean, because in his method, you assign DOK to both the standards and the items, and then you look at the match between them. That didn't appear to be what you were talking about, though.
No, we don't generally do that piece of the Webb method anymore, and it doesn't really work for science. And in terms of rating the standards for a single DOK, so we've moved to. So even though we use kind of Webb's DOK definitions, we moved to just making sure that that there's a distribution, but that recall items are kind of minimized. So we're kind of blending achieve in there is what, kind of achieves approach to alignment, where they seek to kind of minimize low complexity recall items. So we set, and I don't have the criterion in front of me, but we set a criterion of, just a minimum. We want a relatively low number of recall items, and then otherwise kind of a distribution. That's why we get to the recommendation of, if you had targets in your test specifications, then we could set up a criteria that just verifies that they're meeting kind of those goals.
Right, and I do not believe that most standards actually have depth of knowledge levels, so I don't have any problem. I mean, most standards have multiple depth of knowledge. However, there may be some good reason for having a lot of recall items, because that's the construct is more memorization and stuff. But I don't think that's the case with Kentucky standards. But so I do like the idea of matching something. Sure. That the intent of our test is to measure at these levels. So thank you.
Yeah, and I will point out that we did set a slightly different target for editing and mechanics items because of the construct. We thought that maybe those items in particular might not be particularly cognitively complex, just because of the nature of kind of editing and mechanics.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Sure. Elena, I think, was on deck.
Thank you. This is Elena. And just want to second Phoebe's point about rotation. I think that's really important. And that's the first thing that came to mind when I saw that in terms of content coverage. That should be a fairly easy thing to do. But I want to return to Corinne's point regarding the alignment study 3, because I had the same question, but I was wondering about other methods that you're planning to do to investigate that. So for example, are you planning on doing any cognitive labs with students to kind of tap into the extent to which, their experience is really demonstrating the fact that they are able to show performance on grade level content. So I'm just trying to understand kind of the broader evidence base that you're using to kind of evaluate that piece.
Sure. And, you know, we don't have a study plan at that point. That being said, the test vendor, University of Kentucky, there's a chance, you know, that's something we can look into if they've done some cognitive labs as part of their assessment development and their own kind of internal validation efforts. That's something we can look into. And again, if we're thinking in terms of that larger validity framework, this might be a very small piece of evidence. But then if we could pull in research from UK, or if, you know, HMRO or some other entity, you know, is able to do a cognitive lab in the future, then that could contribute further evidence to this. But that's a great point. Thank you. I'll have to look in to see if UK or anyone else has done any kind of cognitive labs with the alternate. Unless there are other comments, I appreciate the feedback. And again, we can, I will be sending this final report to KDE later today, and then reminding them that they can distribute it to you all. Thank you.
This is Brian Gong. I have a question. Does the report alignment by reporting categories? Not just the pool.
We do. We did at the item pool and then test forms. So we set up criterion that looked at the item pool as a whole, and then we set up criteria that looked at kind of the percentage of student test forms that met alignment, that it met those percentages. But we did not report by reporting category, or we did not do anything but by reporting category. I guess the closest thing to that would be just looking at the domain coverage.
Yeah, one of the things that the KTAC is going to discuss after the break, the lunch break, is there's I think a shift in the blueprints actually about reporting categories, and I think it's important to integrate the information that you're talking about alignment study with the test pool perhaps being thin in certain areas with the subscore targets, because want to make sure that at least there are enough unique items to support the report interpretations that are intended. Sure. So that might be something to look at in the future.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we make reference to that, at least in the report, that, you know, the reason that's a potential issue when you're not meeting those targets in the item pool is that it might cause a problem for interpreting those school scores, school level subscores. Thank you. All right. I'm sorry, I've forgotten. I'm supposed to hit the stop sharing button or not. I'm ready to stop sharing. So whoever wants to take over, or yeah.
Then I'm going to take control.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks. Are there any other comments or questions about the HMRO discussion before we go into our break? Let me ask a similar question. Assuming that KDE can share the reports for the specific studies to the KTAC members, is there anything particular that you think would be useful to come back for KTAC discussion, such as the further development of the validity framework?
Oh, so
I'm asking the KTAC members for future agendas, if there's something that in particular or specifically that you would consider asking HMRO to do for a future KTAC meeting. Phoebe?
Yeah, I think a little bit of what I mentioned earlier in terms of aligning the validity explorations with the goals and aligning the pieces of the accountability system with the goals. But in general, just continuing down the road of really fleshing out the validity agenda.
Suzanne?
Yeah, I don't have anything specific, but just being broad in what the claims, or specifying the claims, the assumptions underlying the claims, if those assumptions have been met, and what evidence is needed in support, and what if there's evidence that might not support the claims. I wanted to just provide a potential suggestion. And this is just for the assessment that the validity argument was developed for, but I recently read a technical document for Oklahoma's assessment, and I really liked the way that they laid out the validity argument, and they even tried to identify the extent to which the evidence to support each of the claims was sufficient. So there was somewhat of a very short scale. I think it was a 3-point scale. And Brian, I think maybe some folks at the center were involved in this, and you might have some documents at the center that aren't attached to a particular state assessment report. So, but I would suggest that just taking a look at it, I thought it was done very well.
Great, thank you. I think Wanda Brock may have been instrumental in that technical. So we can certainly get some resources for people to look at. Susan, I think part of what you're asking is on a validity argument. At some point, there's an evaluation. It's not just a gathering of evidence and descriptive. It's someone has to weigh in and make a judgment about at this point in time, is it strong enough to sort of direct resources someplace else, or is it strong enough to support the uses that it's being put to? So trying to build towards that, and there may be some models that are out that could be used.
Brian, this is Suzanne again. Sorry just to interrupt, but I agree. When I think of a validity argument and actually providing the evidence, it involves judgments, and it's like a program evaluation.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Great. We are going to take a half-an-hour break from or so, and come back at 1 o'clock. If you want to just turn your cameras and sound off, or you can log out and come back in. I think Ben, you're going to bring up a slide just to let the public people know that the KTAC members are on break, and we'll rejoin at 1 and start up with our next agenda item about student achievement standard setting. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're appreciative for the good discussion that we've had so far, and looking forward to continued discussion for the next couple of topics that we have scheduled for today. Our next topic is, let's see, Eric, we'll let you take control over the presentation, and you can run the slideshow. It's going to be on the standard setting plan for student performance levels for 2023.
All right. Thank you very much, Brian. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well and had an enjoyable lunch break. What we are going to be talking about is the Kentucky standard setting that we ran this past summer in 2022 to review the results of that standard setting meeting. since we had talked about the process that we were going to use around the standard setting, but then also to discuss plans for a standards validation meeting that we would like to hold during the summer 2023. And so I wanted to just provide those that framework. So to start, we're going to look at the standard setting results from the summer 22 meeting that we just held. It was a full week of meetings that we held from Monday, July 25th through Friday, July 29th to the 22nd. It was a set of fully virtual meetings that were held using both the Pearson standard setting website and facilitated through Zoom. As you can tell, we basically broke the standard settings into 2-day workshops. So we had a set of standard settings on Monday and Tuesday scheduled, and then we had a set of standard setting meetings for Wednesday and Thursday. And then Friday, we ended with articulation meetings for math, reading, social studies, and writing. And along with the writing, as we had discussed previously, we had that additional work of combining the recommendations from the panelists into overall performance level recommendations for the overall writing assessment. Panelists. So the way that panelists were recommended, we actually did have a standard setting plan that we did share with the committee, did lay out a general process for recommending panelists, but also kind of an overlay of what we were looking for so that we had representation across the state. KDE in the beginning used an application process to collect lists of individuals across the state that would be interested in participating in different committees throughout the year. So very early on, KDE kind of sent out a blanket request for individuals who would like to participate in any of the different educator meetings that would be held throughout the year. Pearson then used that list to select individuals and then from KDE's list, and then contacted them about participating in the standard setting meetings based on their experience. And then the panelists that agreed to participate in standard setting meetings were provided registration information for the meeting. As they went through this process, there was usually multiple rounds so that we would nominate or recruit a set of individuals, depending on the number of individuals that were responded. We would go back to the list and find individuals to try and recruit more individuals so that we could have a full set of panelists for the meeting. It was a little bit of a challenge, as you will see, to go through this. The goal was to recruit about 10 to 12 panelists per committee. In the end, as you'll see, the maximum number of panelists that we had per committee was about 7. So as you go, what you'll see here, for math and reading, for math, actually the lowest numbers of individuals that we had for math in grade was for grades 3 and 4, which were 3 panelists. We had 4 panelists in some. The most panelists that we had for a committee were 7 in social studies at grade 5. So the number of panelists were actually quite small. There was actually at the very beginning, we actually did cancel and stop a few of the committees because we actually had too few panelists. If you notice in grade 11, for editing and mechanics and on-demand writing, we actually had 2. We actually ended up canceling, I think, initially the first set of meetings because we had only 2 panelists, and I think in one we only had 1, which you can't set a standards with 1 panelist. Even with 2 panelists, you can't. It's not a really good plan on doing that. We ended up working with the department throughout the week and with the panelists. In some cases, panelists from one committee that was canceled moved to another committee that they were able to then participate in, and it got and we were able to move the number of people in the group up. And we had several places where like in the upper grades for reading, the panelists who did grade 10 reading, I think they also assisted with working on, if I remember correctly, I think it was the editing and mechanics in grade 11, since they had experience in that as well, which gave us some additional panelists. So it was actually a fairly fluid a week of moving panelists from committees to see if we could utilize individuals who were willing and trying to make sure that we had a reasonable number of panelists in each group. The standard setting method that we used, as was discussed with the TAC a while ago, was the bookmark approach. We used that methodology for reading, math, social studies, and writing. For the standard set for the writing on demand, we used a modified body of work method which we presented to the TAC in March. And then for the standard validation method that was used for science was a bookmark methodology for the validation. The process that we used in general was we had the standard setting meetings during that 1 week. From that, as you saw, we had articulation meetings on Friday. Those cut scores then went to KDE for a policy reasonableness review, where the department took a look at the cut scores and made some policy adjustments to the cut scores based on their perception of where the recommendations landed. The next couple of graphs, so you could see, are from where the final cut score recommendations from the reasonableness review landed. And so if you look, they're fairly articulated across the grades, which is one of the outcomes I know that the department was looking for, that there was some reasonable cuts across the grades. Let's see. For reading, you can see the same thing. Social studies, similar. Suzanne, I see your hand up.
To what in mathematics across states and on other assessments, I see differences. For example, in 6th grade, it tends, you don't have as many proficient because of the nature of the content, etc. So to what extent is this reflecting a lot of changes based on what the panelists had done? And then I'll talk about this later, but the number, as you said, the number of panelists for some of these meetings was
quite low,
way too small.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, since you're showing these right now with regard to, do you want to even it out so much, and how much was that evening out?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there was a little bit, there was some evening out, and I apologize, I don't have the articulation cuts. I mean, the transition from what came out of the articulation to the final impact. I maybe should have put that in here. But there was during the articulation meeting, there was a lot of those discussions, as you said, discussions around grade 6, and the other one that we also find is grade 8, where there's also changes, and a lot of students take Algebra 1 at that level and things like that. So I think that there was some smoothing by the department whenever they got to the reasonableness review, I'd have to go back and look at the articulation cuts to kind of give you an idea of how much the smoothing impacted some of those variations that teachers may have found reasonable based on, like you said, shifting from grade 5 to grade 6. I remember that discussion during the articulation that you get grade 5 to grade 6, there's a little bit of a shift from more concrete to a little bit more abstract. And that transition. And then at the end of grade 8, you have that transition into the algebra a little bit more. So I do have that, and if you'd like, I could pull that up later or maybe share that with the TAC later, if that would be helpful.
This is Suzanne again, Eric. I'm wondering the extent to which we're going to see a report and look at the ratings of the panelists in terms of comfort level with the final, their suggested cuts, etc.
We do have an executive summary that I can send out, and we are pulling together a full technical report that will have the evaluations from the panelists and their cut score recommendations, including the vertical articulation panelists. Okay. Any other, let me see. Okay, I think we were at science. So science was different and I put the science in the reading last because those were two different ones. If you notice, science didn't go through as much of a smoothing process at the policy level. This was a validation meeting. So the panelists actually did go through the validation meeting. And actually, I think everything was validated except for, I think, one cut where the panelists made a recommendation to adjust it. I think it was at grade 4. But that was it. Everything else was all the other cuts. And I think it was the actual advanced cut at grade 4 that they moved down just a little bit, but everything else was validated from the panelists, and so I think that's why you don't see any of the smoothing that you see in the other grade subjects.
I'm sorry, Eric.
Go ahead, please.
This is Phoebe Winter. Is science used in the state accountability system? Do you know, or?
I do not know. That's I was going to see if Rhonda or someone from the department wanted to respond to that question.
Yes, I can do. Science is included in the state accountability system. It's a part of the state assessment results in science, social studies, and writing. So it is in an equal part in that.
Right. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. I should have known that. I just wasn't making the connection. Appreciate it.
Okay. The last part of the standard setting was writing, and this was as a reminder. Writing in Kentucky, they have two different aspects, two different parts to the writing test. One is the editing and mechanics assessment. And the other is on-demand writing. Editing mechanics is a more machine-scored assessment with a set of items that the students respond to. On-demand writing, as you hopefully remember, is a single student responded to prompt that is scored on multiple traits. So this was the editing mechanics because of the nature was set using a bookmark method, as we had discussed, with the cut scores that you see, the impact data based on the cut scores here. On-demand writing, as you would expect, there was some change in at the advanced level in the performance because this is the on-demand writing based on the multiple traits. The last piece of this was the idea and the requirement that for the state, they need for their accountability and for their system, they need to have a performance level designation for students on writing overall, which incorporates both the editing mechanics and the on-demand writing. So we actually worked with the process that I think we discussed with the TAC, and Phoebe, I think you mentioned this during the last TAC meeting, the pantyhose method, where we just kind of filter things through. And they ended up actually coming with really 2 defined rules that they ended up coming up with. And how they felt that they wanted to combine these 2 different sets of performance levels. So if the editing mechanics performance level is the same or 1 level different from the on-demand writing performance level, then the writing performance level would be the same as the on-demand writing performance level. So what they decided is really the basis of the overall writing performance level would be really kind of focused on that on-demand writing performance level. And the editing mechanics would kind of adjust that based on how close to or different or similar the editing mechanics performance level was. So if it was the same or only 1 performance level different than on-demand writing, then the overall writing performance level would be the same. If, on the other hand, editing mechanics is 2 levels or greater different from the on-demand performance, the overall writing performance level would be 1 performance level different from the on-demand writing performance level in the same direction as the editing mechanics performance level. So if the editing mechanics was higher, 2 or more performance levels higher, than the overall writing performance level would be a 1 level performance level higher than the on-demand writing. This is actually whenever we came out of the standard setting and the articulation process, the table that they came up with that kind of demonstrated how they looked at these rules. So if you notice, on-demand writing is at the top, novice, apprentice, proficient, distinguished. And so if you notice on the right, you have distinguished, proficient, apprentice, and novice for editing mechanics. So if we start at the right, on-demand writing is distinguished. Now, as long as editing mechanics was the same or only 1 level different from that distinguished, then the overall writing would be also distinguished. But whenever it got to either 2 or more, which you see with apprentice and novice, if editing mechanics was apprentice or novice, then it basically shifted the overall writing judgment or performance level down one level from distinguished to proficient. It was actually a really interesting process to go through with the panelists and the discussions that they had. We went through I think we went through 2 different rounds where we let them make their own individual rounds in the table similar to this and have their discussions. And then part of their discussions was, okay, what were the rules that they were using to get there? And by the time we ended up at the second round, they had pretty much solidified the rules that they wanted to go with, which were the 2 rules that we just discussed. So that was the process, and this is the results of how we came to the creating the overall writing performance level. And that really was the end. And so this was the overall writing impact data based off of the final cut scores for on-demand writing and editing mechanics, and then incorporating this set of rules that the panelists pulled together. All right. Okay, before I move to standards validation, I just wanted to see if there was any questions. Suzanne, I know you wanted to, did you have a question? I know you said you wanted to chat about the number of panelists, but I didn't know if you want to bring that up now, or if you want to bring that up as part of the validation question.
Thank you, Eric. This is Suzanne. We can wait. I'm sure you know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I kind of know. And actually, this is part of the reason, as we've been discussing this with the department, is part of the reasons why we're looking at the standards validation and doing this in summer 2023. Typically, whenever we do a standard setting, you don't have a standards validation the following year. But part of the reason why, as we're looking forward to 2023, there was a couple of different things that we wanted to address that we thought a standards validation would assist with. One, that the student data that was utilized as part of the standard setting process in summer 2022 was based on student performance that is still kind of recovering from the pandemic as one piece of this. And that the process that was used during the standard setting meeting was conducted as planned. The one challenge was that, and this was something that we actually did have a lot of conversations around, the process worked. The process was implemented correctly. The process was implemented with with fewer panelists than we would typically want to have to be a representative population of the state. And so from that perspective, we felt that having a validation process would be beneficial, so that we could actually see how the process, the process that we went through with the teachers, we're giving that the work that the teachers did through that process, and honoring the work that they did, but also recognizing that we want to give maybe a broader group of teachers the opportunity to look at that and see if they feel like any recommendations for changes are needed. So really the goal is to validate the performance level cut scores for the assessment, so that the reporting after spring 23 would not be impacted, but that also that we could have some confidence in some additional confidence in those cut scores from spring 23 moving forward. So that's kind of the goal and the plan, the goal and the purpose of the validation meeting. Okay, Suzanne, I was waiting for the hand, so. Oh, you're on mute.
If anybody else would like to talk first, I'm fine with that, but I am really concerned about standard setting that is based on 2, 3, 4, etc. panelists. And I would like to know, I know that a lot of effort went into trying to get the panelists. I know other states have had difficulty as well recruiting teachers, and there's other methods by, for example, having principals nominate teachers. So it seems like it's it's more than just a self-nomination, etc. But I first want to know why. I guess I wonder why a standard setting even occurred with 2 or 3 panelists. Second, I'm wondering why only a standards validation is being considered rather than doing a complete standard setting for some of these grades and content areas given the number. And if there is going to be a standards validation, I would open it up so that you're not restricting them so closely to the cut scores.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Phoebe, let me just get, because some of these questions may overlap, so let me just, if you don't mind, Suzanne. Oh, you're on mute, Phoebe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I put my hand down though. In terms, this is related to what Susan was talking about a bit. In terms of the panelists themselves, and one is, I guess the question is, why were there so few panelists, and what are you going to do about it? Unless it's just some extraordinary circumstance, how do we make sure that the next set of panelists is more representative and is bigger? One thing I always I've might have said this here, because I know I've said it at almost every state I've been, and that I think rather than you can include applications and stuff online in a pool and all that. There's nothing wrong with that. But to do active recruitment, so to go to districts and schools and say, we need people with experience with economically disadvantaged kids, with kids who are English learners, with kids who have disabilities, whatever the thing is, with kids who are in deeply rural areas, with that kind of thing. So rather than just relying on applications, and particularly superintendent and principal recommendations, because at least when I was in a state, which admittedly was quite a while ago, we had so many of the same people being nominated, and we didn't do it. We didn't do anything about it because we didn't think there was anything that could be done about it. But I think there can be. With internet and all the data we have on hand, we can probably find panelists so that our panelists are more representative. So you didn't talk about representation during your presentation, but well, an N of 2 isn't going to be anyway, but I don't know the degree to which these panelists were the ones you needed to begin with, or not the ones you needed, even in the larger groups, were fully representative.
Pete?
And I think the only thing I might add to that is, I guess, some discussion with the department in terms of, and it kind of goes back to Suzanne's statement as well, in terms of how much flexibility there is going to be in this validation in terms of the results. If there's going to be no movement allowed, it's almost tautological to conduct it. I'm not saying that that's what you're going to do, but certainly you want to know the bounds of acceptability going into it rather than scrambling after the fact.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of this that you're saying. And Phoebe, I do agree with you. We had great teachers. I'll say this. I had the opportunity, even though I was overseeing all of these meetings, the opportunity to sit in on some of these and have some brief conversations during breaks with some of the panelists. That the teachers that were there were many of some of the times really willing to do what they needed to do to assist and really try to make sure that they were doing everything they could to provide really valid recommendations, or their best, let me put it this way, their best recommendations based on the process and the information that they were given. Now, representativeness, and I think I do agree with you, Phoebe and Suzanne, that there is no way to create a representative sample for a standard setting with 2 or 3 panelists. I think that was one of the discussions that we had, and I don't know if if Bill Audie is here, because I know that he was part of the discussions that we've had over the since the standard setting about whether we wanted to do a standard setting or a standards validation. Because we did have good teachers that did participate in the process. They did do the work. They did walk through the process with the information, with the same information that would have occurred. And I think that with the standards validation that we're looking at, it's really trying to make sure that the teachers know that the work that they did really did they did what they were asked to do, and they did provide recommendations to the state that then the state did, after the vertical articulation, did make some policy adjustments to as we went forward. But Pete, I do agree with you. This is not a standard validation method where basically everything is so restricted that there's no possibility of the panelists recommending changes. We do want this to be a validation process where there is really two answers to the validation. Either, yes, we believe that this is a correct location for the cut score based on the content. But then second, if they believe that this isn't the correct location for the content, where would they recommend the cut score being moved to reflect the content expectations of the assessment? And I can go through that in the next step of what's the process that I'm considering using. But I do agree with you. I don't want this process to be a which I think some people think that that's what the validation is. It's not supposed to be a rubber stamp of the cut scores that are there. Bill, I don't know if you wanted to add anything, because I know that you were part of this all of these discussions.
As many of you have observed standard setting, it's interesting to do it on a virtual, in that you're able to get around to all the rooms in sort of a less intrusive way. So without doing a formal study, my judgment was that the conversations were of appropriate quality. In other words, without exception, every panel I stepped in on was dealing with the performance levels and the assessment. They were not getting off on extraneous, their personal experience or what they heard. And so and then even at the articulation conversations, they were still going, well, we're not going to go further because that would undermine the connection between the performance level statement. So perception is that we lacked representation, but what we got from the panelists who were there was what was intended. So they gave their appropriate judgment. The other sort of threat to validity of the low numbers is that for the final articulation, the department didn't have sufficient variation among panelists to use as a guide for what would be a reasonable amount of smoothing across grade levels. In other words, at some point, states often look at, well, we can only go one standard deviation away from where the panelists did. That just wasn't appropriate with 2 or 3 panelists. Mm-hmm. So a potential problem is over smoothing at the end. So maybe a little more long-winded than you wanted, Eric, but that's the judgment, is that we got what we intended from the panelists, we just didn't have enough panelists. And so we want the session next time to try and add to it and make sure we're where we need to be.
So I think in a way what we're looking at is maybe, and Suzanne, I think we've used this term in other situations where it's kind of somewhere between a standards validation and standard setting, where we do want to bring into the process the cut scores that were a result of the standard setting that was done by the teachers that were there and the process that these went through. But then at the same time, allowing the panelists to really provide their recommendations through the process that we end up using. Sorry, saw your hand up. Go up.
This is Suzanne. I think it's difficult to say that you got the outcome that you want when it's based on 2 panelists or 3 panelists. I agree the process might have been the same and that outcome was probably, the process was probably implemented very well, but I am truly concerned about a cut score based on 2 or 3 panelists. And I'm wondering if there's a way to think about, for some, like for mathematics, maybe it should be just a straight standard setting. When you look across the board, the number of panelists was minimal. The same thing with editing and, I'm sorry, the other, go back.
Mechanics.
If that needs to be, I mean, maybe social studies, I think, was the one that had 7. That you leave alone. Maybe you don't even need a validation for that, though it might be difficult to do some and not others. But I would like the state to entertain the possibility of doing a straight standard setting for some of these content areas and grades. And if not, and you're doing the validation, I would not just use one standard error of measurement, because you are restricting them to think about within a narrow range. I think that's on your next slide.
So let me clarify if I misspoke. I don't think anyone is saying we got what we wanted as a result. What I was trying to communicate was that from the panelists, each panelist contributed appropriately. So we had valid information from a too small, too little representative sample. So that to me said, we'd like to find some way to include the work that they did rather than start over in some cases. But I take your point in terms of how to do that and whether that's possible.
Phoebe, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, and I'm still curious as to how new panel is going to, the same issues won't come up so that you have too few panelists if you don't know why. I mean, that is a really, but that's, I don't know if it, I mean, I'm sure it could be anything. It could be that the Kentucky Derby was running or you know, or something like that, or in case of Carolina and Clemson were playing. So I would, but it's important to know why so that the same thing doesn't happen this time.
I do agree with you, and I think that there has been some discussions around the recruitment process with I don't know all of the discussions that have occurred, but there have been some discussions around the length of time that they allowed for the recruitment process to occur. So they may not have allowed as much time to recruit individuals and to go through the various rounds of recruitment that they would need to, or especially since the plan was doing this in the summer, to make sure we got in touch with individuals and put this meeting onto their schedule early enough so that they didn't have other activities or other meetings or other things around the during the summer that would not allow them to participate. So I think that timing is one of the big factors that we are looking at, and really making sure that we do start the recruitment process much earlier. And I also, Phoebe, I do agree with you. I think the idea of direct recruiting is something that is beneficial to make sure that you get not just a convenient sample to some degree of people that are willing, but you're really gathering people that that you need, that are representative from both the regions and the different student populations that you really want to have represented during the process. And I think that's something that we could be discussing with the state, and how we could encourage that or be part of that. Ellen, I think it's Elena, sorry. I saw your hand.
That's all right. This is Helena. And, you know, we have the KDE staff here. And I think it would be great to also hear from them in terms of looking at these cuts. I mean, does this feel plausible in terms of, does this kind of, do you feel similarly that perhaps there's a lot of over smoothing that may be taking place, because these do look very uniform across areas where we would not expect it to quite look that way. And if that's the case, I think you're also partially answering this question about, should we also move forward with a full kind of standard setting, or perhaps a validation is adequate for exactly what Suzanne mentioned? Maybe grade 7 social studies is just fine, leave it as such. So I think it's just also important just to also invite just some perspective from the department here, because we can guess at these things, but I think you have more contextual knowledge and understanding of what you're seeing here.
I didn't know. So based on that, Rhonda or Kevin, I didn't know if someone from the state would want to respond.
Sure, I'll come on and I'll see if Kevin, and I think some of the conversation really is around the smoothing technique. So we also utilized our psychometric support. So we may want Bill to also take a little bit of lead here, or maybe we work with Humro as well. And again, obviously, because we're here talking about this, we're concerned as well about the number and representative nature of the panel. I will share with Phoebe that we did lose some of our panelists because of the Eastern Kentucky flooding. That certainly made a lot of national news. That certainly didn't explain every committee having lower numbers. We have found it with all activities of the department to be a challenge to get teachers involved. This has happened in our not only in our work in assessment, but also our work in the areas of curriculum activities, PD-oriented activities. I do think teachers have sort of a level of COVID exhaustion as they were finishing out the year. And even though we did primarily go from an application process, and it was really for a huge pool of teachers for a variety of activities, we had people who then did not move forward into the work. And so I do like your suggestion of doing some targeted recruitment and to make sure that we have that panel coming forward. Now, when we got to the point of looking at smoothing, I'm going to ask one of the technical guys to talk a bit more about that. But we did look a bit, at the numbers and if we had anything that was too outlying with a very small group. As you may have, we mentioned earlier, science did not have a traditional standard setting, and the decision was made not to make any movement in science. I believe we didn't move anything in science. And so we stood with the original cuts. So let me pause for a second and see who you think is most appropriate. I don't know if it's Kevin or Bill that might want to come over and talk a little bit about the smoothing itself.
Yeah, maybe I can just some historical perspective in Kentucky around the department's final smoothing or approval of it. And that's where, in order to be sure that the department was recognizing and staying appropriate to the recommendations from panelists from the past well-numbered panels, they did use a statistical method that the department would refrain in most cases from making a change in the cut point beyond a normal range of the panel's variation. So if panels were very strongly in agreement at a point, the department was less likely to change it. That was not possible in this case because of that. So that it just wasn't available to the department in terms of making their decision. So that's I think as far as I'm going in terms of what we did this past year with the final smoothing. The other thing, I don't know, Rhonda, if you want to say that there is a context of, again, wanting to not, to whatever extent possible, ignore or completely change standards from the previous year. The state has, these new standards were supposed to be in place in 20. That didn't happen. Right. 2021, we had a shortened test because there were still concerns. 2022 is the first result, and to be, decision makers are impatient with not being able to have trend data.
Right, right. There's certainly pressure, and again, we need to meet technical expectations, but there is pressure that we be able to do some looks back. And, we have been with all the change and with COVID and this being the first truly operational of a program that was put in place in 20, there's a great pressure in making sure we can do some level of comparison. As you heard from Humro, there was some work done in analysis. We didn't have items in common. It was only looking at students across time. So that is just, again, another factor that is kind of layered into all of this work.
Pete, sorry, go ahead, Bill.
I was just going to, the dilemma, I think, is well laid out. In other words, we don't have full confidence in where these cut points were set in several subjects. How much we're going to do in terms of redoing or validating, it might make sense for Eric to get into the proposal and then discuss from that whether it seems to be meeting the timeline.
Pete, I saw your hand go up. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. Just a quick comment. I'm not, this is not my area of expertise in terms of recruiting teachers, but given the importance of it, and I don't know what the requirements are in Kentucky, but my sense is in a lot of states, teachers have ongoing professional development requirements that they need to meet each year, and And I think standard setting is a fantastic professional development opportunity. And if teachers were given credit for attending, I think you might build some demand for it, as well as providing some needed information for teachers. So just a quick option for thinking about how to recruit more teachers.
I think that's a great idea, Pete. We can look into that. I think there is not really a requirement for teachers. There are for administrators, but that doesn't mean we can't maybe have some sort of recognition, because most teachers keep some sort of professional portfolio as they move forward. So even if we can't do something that's a formal credit sort of concept on professional development credit, or ELA credit is what it's sometimes used, but that's more administrative in Kentucky. I think we could do certainly something similar that would allow teachers then to have that and add it to their resume and have a documentation in their professional folders. So I appreciate that too. Again, appreciate all of the very good comments on this process, because it has obviously been concerning to everyone.
And let me address the methodology, and Suzanne, you did bring up the SEM, and I want to make sure that you're clear on how I was planning on using that. So the methodology that we were looking at as a validation, and it's actually even it is based on a full standard setting process, which is the ID matching methodology. One of the reasons why I was thinking about this is instead of using a bookmark, or basically repeating a bookmark methodology for the validation, is that some of the differences that you could possibly see could be due to differences in borderline descriptions that could be created by two different panels. So to avoid that issue, that potential issue with two different committees looking at similar items, I was looking at the ID matching methodology, which is similar to the bookmark. We would start with an OIB, an ordered item book, but instead of panelists going through the bookmark process, they would actually go through and look at each item and assign or associate each item with a performance level based on the knowledge and skills required of the item, as well as an understanding of the knowledge and skills defined in the performance level descriptors. The validation part is actually where that SEM, the panelists are not restricted to only those items, but what that does is it basically in the validation question, it says, okay, if you looked at the items within one SEM of the current cut score, and you look at the content that is associated with that, do you see that the performance level changes from the lower performance level to the higher performance level within that one SEM? If it does, what that does is it gives some level of validation to the current cut score. It doesn't say that they couldn't shift it if they feel like they're moving it, but especially if it's not within that SEM, then what that does is we say, okay, if it's not within that SEM, then we really need to look at shifting it, and then they can look outside of that SEM to find out where do they believe that cut score recommendation needs to be. So I actually did selectively select purposely select one SEM because of really wanting the panelists to have a very high confidence that they believe the current cut score, if it's going to be validated, they see evidence based on this methodology that they would want to keep it there. But it doesn't restrict them to only looking at the items within that one SEM. If they believe that the performance level doesn't change in that region, then they need to go outside of that one SCM, either above or below, to find the place where they believe that the content supports where the cut score recommendation is. And this is a very straightforward, understandable process that panelists can use to go through to go through both the validation and recommendation process. And it would give us the ability to utilize the cut scores that we currently have as part of that. I hope that I made sense in the use of that one SEM, and that it's not trying to restrict the panelists, but it's actually putting a pretty high level of confidence for them to validate the cut score. Suzanne?
This is Suzanne Lane. I'm not trying to be overly critical, but I am very concerned about a cut score based on 2 or 3 panelists. And I think what you said about why you're changing your approach because you don't want, because the thresholds descriptors could be different. I think we should allow for that difference because a threshold based on 2 people could be very different from a more enriched conversation of what a threshold descriptor is when it's based on 7, 8 people. So true. I think we should allow for differences because of the nature of the sample and the sample size and the clearly lack of representativeness.
So if we did a validation, would you recommend repeating the bookmark methodology so that we could actually have those differences or experience those possible differences in the threshold descriptors? Sorry, you're on mute again. Sorry, Suzanne.
Sorry, possibly. I was just trying to say that I think we should be able to reveal differences because of the small sample size from before. And I think, it might be reasonable to entertain moving away from a validation to a standard setting for some of these areas. I know it's so, and of course, the department has to think about the practical implications, et cetera, and it's difficult to have 2 standard settings in a row and potentially come up with different scores that will be marketably noticed. But I think we should, I hope that's still entertained for some of these areas.
Okay, no, I appreciate I do appreciate the caution and the encouragement to consider a full standard setting for some of those areas where we specifically had smaller numbers. So I've noted that down and definitely will bring that back up as a point of discussion. Elena?
This is Elena, and I agree with, of course, with what Suzanne had to say, but I also want to highlight that it probably makes sense to be consistent with the approach that you're using, because if you're doing bookmark, then you're thinking about, for example, a hypothetical borderline student in mind. That's not what's happening when you're doing ID matching. And so it's a very different schema that you're imposing upon folks who are participating in the standard setting panel. So I think it's just important to think about, if you're changing up the schema, you're going to potentially get some very different results as well. So you'll want to test it out, probably using the same approach that you're using from one.
Okay, no, thank you for that. All right. Manley, Corinne.
Hey, Corinne Manley. I just wanted to ask or see if this was a good opportunity to thinking of moving forward. If we might want to set a minimum number for these processes going forward, because what I'm hearing is, it's not just that you needed to get it almost would have been better maybe to not do that at all with 2. And then not kind of introduce this, are we repeating work? Are we validating or not? So I don't know if it's worth time while people here that have the expertise to say, well, what would a minimum be before where we wouldn't have to kind of debate these things here? I, however, do not have a suggested minimum though, so I'm leaving that open to those who have done this more at the standard setting.
Yeah, no, and that's a great question. I mean, we actually did that. That was one of the questions that the state did bring up as the standard setting was getting closer, and we didn't have the panelists, was the end counts that and a minimum end count that we had, and we actually did provide a minimum end count, but then the question came up to once we were there, and we had sufficient number say that they were going to show up, but then only 3 panelists ended up showing up. At that point, what is the reasonable thing to do? And at one point we did, and I'll say this honestly, we actually did, like I said, cancel or postpone a few of the standard setting meetings and tried to hold them later, with the understanding that the department needed to have cut scores so that they could do reporting. And so there's the other constraint that you have a test that students took that needs to be reported, and you need to have cut scores. And so the question with the department really did come down to of what can we do with what we have, with the question of, okay, if it's not the best, if it's not everything that we really would have liked to have had at that point, what can we do in the future to make sure that everything moving forward is done, so that we can make sure that all the cut scores and the reporting and everything is good moving forward. So we did have that discussion. I do appreciate it. I would love to hear if anyone in the TAC has a minimum end count. I'd love to see how close my minimum end count came to yours. So, all right, Brian, I see your hand up.
Two comments. One is, Eric, maybe you could also talk about what instructions might be given. Sometimes when there's a validation, there might be some verbal or written instructions to the panelists saying something like, we were doing this validation, the validations, the cut scores that were set before were done with a very good process. And so, we encourage you to leave them unless you have a really good read. So there's ways to phrase it that encourage people to be more or less conservative about. So if you maybe would talk about the type of instruction that you are thinking of, for example, and how blind it is. Do you tell the people where the previous cut is with a marking it, or do you let them do this blind and just see if it shows up within whether it replicates itself or not? So that's sort of a little more detail about that. The other was, I wasn't clear about, is this a standard error of the cut score or a standard error of the validation of the standard setting judgment, because I thought you didn't have the second one. And
No,
they're really, is this the standard error of the cuts of the around the conditional standard error at that cut score?
yeah, no, that's a great question. That whenever I'm talking about the standard error of measure, in this case, I'm talking about the standard error of measure of the cut score. As you're correct that with 2 panelists or 3 panelists, the standard error of judgment, which or the standard error of measure of the panelist judgments is not really reasonable to use. I typically use, whenever I'm doing a validation, I use the standard error of measure of the cut score, because that's really the standard error around where that cut is, and how we could, where we typically would say that we have some level of confidence that the true cut score is somewhere within that range. And typically, whenever I do a standards validation, I do not have the panelists do it blind. I do provide them the information about that there is currently a cut score, and I give them the information about where that cut score is. You are absolutely correct, though, that the directions can sometimes influence the panelists on how they want to, on how they perceive the process and what their role is. In this case, especially with some of the challenges and questions around it, I really wouldn't want to give instructions from the standpoint of that we really want you to, almost like we really want you to keep it unless there's really a significant issue that you have, because I've heard statements like that in standards validations. And I'm not sure that really is the case in this point. There is, as people have said, because of the end counts, the number of panelists, there could be various different reasons where the cut scores could have been in different places, even though they went through the same process. And what we're looking for here is if the cut score with the people that we had is in the correct place, based on content, even after the smoothing and the articulation and everything that went on, then I think we're okay with keeping the cut score where it is. But if the cut score isn't representing the content expectations defined in the PLDs, then we really would want the panelists to have the freedom to move those cut scores, so that whenever the state is moving forward and saying that a student is distinguished, and I'll use that as because that's the highest level, that if a student is distinguished, or that the meaning of what distinguished means is supposed to represent is there.
That's really helpful. Two really quick comments. One is I don't know if this actually worked. If you had if you looked at an old previous standard setting with 12 panelists, and you did combinations of 3 on round 1, so they didn't do so it's not quite the same. And you calculated the recommended cut. You could see what the variation would be of using a small number of panelists versus the whole group. And that might be interesting, because if it turns out it's tight, then it's less of an issue. But if in fact it varies quite a bit, and I'm guessing it's going to vary more than a standard error, then this is Suzanne's point. The cut proposed by a small group is not necessarily this cut that would be proposed by a full group, and so you shouldn't be using the small group as the reference point. So here's my second one: is if you ran a full standard setting or a less constrained standard setting, then you could let a policy articulation panel consider the previous cuts and the second recommended cuts, and give a recommendation about what to do about them.
That's an interesting thought. So basically what you're recommending is maybe have both both standard settings and then allow a policy committee to kind of look at those and how to kind of articulate basically between the two.
Yeah, yeah, and it's clearly a policy decision because they're they were both content based groups trying to do things. So that might be one way, because I think what we're trying to do is it's very hard for me to think about how to have people in the 2023 panel take into consideration the work that was done before. So that was one way to say, how would you phrase it? Another way is just to let them be free and then have another group say how to put them together.
Okay. Pete?
So I think the pie in the sky option is, if you always want to start with the best option, is if you could re-recruit some of the ones who participated last year, you would get some continuity in that way. Now there's time effects and things like that, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. The other thing in terms of absolute sample size, of course, is you could have 20 panelists, but if they're not representative of the state, then the absolute N is less meaningful than the representation. So I think part in terms of deriving the N is figuring out who should be represented, who should be represented on the panel, and then you can make a determination of whether or not that representation needs to happen with a single person or with multiple representatives of that particular element that you're particularly interested in. And that's how you get to your N.
Okay, no, I get that. Thank you.
Yeah, Pete, as an extension, I think it's a tough argument to make that this procedural fidelity is with small number, because if that's the case, Eric, you could do standard setting with 2 or 3 panelists of 2 or 3 carefully selected people in the future, which you might really like to do, but that might be a tough thing to sell.
Yeah, trying to get that just perfect set of 2 people that has the representativeness of everyone would be kind of hard to find.
Yeah, but you can see that why the making the argument for 2022 is all has the same weaknesses.
Oh no, I absolutely understand. I understand everyone's point in there, and in agreement in many of the cases of the points that are being made. All right. I think, Brian, we got the recommendations of the TAC and to the questions that we had and the recommendations for what we should be considering from the TAC, and I very much appreciate the honesty and the thoughtfulness of everyone on the TAC as we really do try to deal with what's the best way to handle this issue. So I very much appreciate everyone's thoughts around it.
Thank you for your openness and listening, and you and the department will have to decide what's feasible in considering all the different things, and best wishes to you. Let's go on to our last agenda item, which is the scaling. Thank you, Eric. Tim, are you going to be doing the
controlling
scale, the scale scores and controlling the presentation?
Yes, the take control button vanished from me for a second.
Sorry, the last was someone clicked stop sharing, so I'm getting the correct one back up there.
I'll hold tight. You can hear me already?
Yes.
Right.
It'll be up in just a moment.
Ben, you're going to have to tell Teams this stop sharing thing is like anti-human ergonomics. Everyone does it. Clicks.
It's almost done uploading. All right, let me get you over to your slide and then you can take control. Let's see. Okay, you are welcome to take control at any time.
Thanks, Ben.
Mhm.
That seemed like we're good to go.
Looks good from my perspective.
Okay, let's give it a spin. Good afternoon, everybody. Tim O'Neill from Pearson, and what I'm going to be presenting on is basically picking up from what I believe you were presented at the last TAC meeting, and moving it forward a bit, providing a little bit of information around the actual final score transformations that were computed and provided on score reports. And lastly, sort of focus on where the assessment design is moving in spring 2023. Hopefully that changed for everybody. Hopefully you're seeing spring 2022 administration 102. Great. This information is just a reminder of what went on in spring 2022. The new KSA assessments were administered: reading, math, science, social studies, editing, mechanics, and on-demand writing. They're effectively a couple of score report areas that were provided. And one were individual student scores and performance level indicators. The second being aggregate level scores for subdomains or subscores, whatever you want to call them. For example, fractions and geometry within mathematics. Let's see. Again, this was the first time KSA scores have been reported. And so the scales were originated this year for all subjects, with the exception of science, which was had been administered previously, not within the context of KSA though, but technically speaking, those were there was an equating that was carried out on science. Everything else, this was the first year of the KSA scales. And just a reminder of the guiding principles that drove the 2022 administration were really mandated as far as fitting into a relatively short time window. So there was somewhat of a design constraint there that led to the tests that ultimately were administered in 2022, in which every instance there were multiple core forms with the intention of really covering across the forms a broad array of covering all the standards to blueprint, of course, but also having some robustness in terms of specific coverage across the forms roll up into the aggregate level scores. And a footnote here that there was no field testing in spring of 22. And I think some of this had been already presented to you, that the intention was to use a Roche model based calibrations to derive overall and subscores. That was done. The subscores made use of the parameters that came out of the overall calibrations, and for the given respective items that contributed to a subscore, those were not independently calibrated separately. They were basically using the overall parameter estimates to derive the subscore results for
individual students, and then those were aggregated at the school, district, and overall levels. That's a pretty straightforward transformation. Mainly this is in somewhat in line with what has been used for K-Prep previously, with the exception of a distinctly different scale score range, 400 to 600, whereas K-Prep was, I believe, 1 to 300. But otherwise, the approach to the scaling was comparable. This was applied both overall and at the subdomain level. Pause for a second to see if there's any comment or question. Again, that this information is information you are aware of. Really, the main focus of today's presentations is on this coming spring's administration. So second administration of 2023, we touched on the standards validation or standard setting being carried out as well. But there are some changes that have been implemented that I wanted to present to you. The main driver, you may or may not recall from what was provided for KTAC previously, but there were instances in which some of the reporting categories for the aggregate level scores had very few items associated with them, as few as 4 points or items. And that, while it was not on the majority of the tests, it existed enough that it was a concern when it came to those aggregate level scores. Again, for Kentucky, this is of importance to have the most robust scores that they can in the hands of educators. And there was this was a driver for trying to get a better set of aggregate level scores out to the field. So there was a governing rule that has been taken into account in terms of trying to bolster those subscores across the board, and that is to ensure that there's a minimum number of points per reporting category of 10. The intention is to maintain the same blueprint, and I'll unpack that a little bit because it seems contradictory in some cases. I will say, I want to note that for most of the subject tests with that have fewer reporting categories, that we were already almost there with the spring 2022 assessment anyway. So not a whole lot of modification there with respect to meeting this rule. The exception really is, and it says here for subjects, but it really just applies to mathematics. In mathematics, there are 5 reporting categories, and this presented the main challenge, and so there was a decision made as far as design was concerned to be able to ensure that there are minimum 10 points per reporting category, that it resulted in not assessing every reporting category on every core form. So, and in doing so across all the core forms, all the reporting categories and standards are assessed collectively at aggregate level. The scores are more reliable, and that was really the driving intent here. And there are common sets of items that do appear across more than one of the form to allow for a little bit more direct comparability across the forms, as well as lend to the calibration and equating work that I'll touch on. I don't know if anybody had a question on that or if you want me to move.
Tim, just this is Brian. Just a clarification. It says not all reporting categories. So in math, for example, you mentioned there were 5 reporting categories, and does that mean that on some forms there may be, I don't know how many items, there are 5 items, but they may be in 4 of the reporting categories and not in the 5th? Is that what that means?
That's what that means.
Okay, and that's per form, but the and then for the school, the reporting categories are being aggregated, so there are at least 10 score points across the different forms, and then you have equal number randomly assigned students per form. Per form, is that right?
Somewhat. So you will always have the 10 items per reporting category at the individual student level. So those aggregate level scores will be more robust than they had been. And yet the other side of that coin is the other point that you noted, is that a student A receiving one form may be tested on only 4 of the 5 reporting categories, so they would not receive, so that it would not see any items in one of the other reporting categories. And it's done in a way to across, I believe there are 4 forms. One of the things that was sent out was an item planner or forms planner that describes this at a little slightly more granular level. But effectively what I just said is the case. I don't know who raised their hand first, Corinne or Suzanne, but Corinne, what can I?
Yeah, I was kind of taking in what your answer was to Brian, so this, I might still be confused, but do you think that this would be something pretty noticeable to the students? You know, that I'm making this up because I'm not sure what the categories are here, but you know, that I did not receive any graphics items and other students did. I mean, and so I'm saying noticeable because it would be maybe something where we might understand behind the scenes that, you know, individuals aren't getting the sub-score reports and all that, but you know, it seems like something you might want to consider. And then just as a matter of fairness, you know, I'm a little concerned that while obviously the subdomains are highly correlated and it's, you know, has its unidimensional structure overall, there are certain strengths and weaknesses that can come into play, and it's high stakes for them. So yeah, and I'd have to look back at our standards, right, and look at exactly where this is tapping, but to not be exposed to the same kind of blueprint of test content, it's something I would really think about, especially if it becomes quite obvious to them that they didn't receive certain test items when others did, content areas. Yeah.
Yep, no, I agree. And the only additional piece of information at this point before I go around the horn is to note that one of the additional changes that is being made this year, there's a need for field testing of items, and that is being integrated into this mix. And so I believe that our content teams being cognizant of that would, of the last point you just made, have field test content that would be at that level, that would not be used for the generation of the aggregate scores, but would allow us to, at least to the obvious question coming to a student, hey, I didn't see any geometry items this year, what's up? To the extent that we can avoid that, that will help. Suzanne?
Yeah, I know that, as Corinne said, that it's highly correlated, but if I'm one of the students that gets geometry, and the student next to me doesn't get geometry, but I don't do very good in geometry. That's really going to affect performance. And I guess I'm just wondering, did you say that the subdomain scores are not reported at the individual level?
Correct. They are not.
Then I'm wondering then, why is it the case that all kids aren't receiving items across the 5 reporting categories if they're not, and just making sure that there's representation within the different forms so that you can report out at the subdomains. Do we report out at the class level as well as the school level?
I do not believe so. I believe school level is the lowest level of aggregation.
Okay, so I'm wondering why then all students aren't receiving items from all 5 reporting categories, which is at the school level.
Right.
And I guess the other question is, are you spiraling this within the school, I guess, and maybe even within the classroom?
Yeah, it's spelled at classroom level. To your other question, why isn't the full complement being provided to all individual students? It comes back to the desire to have all reporting categories have a minimum of 10 points.
But is that
necessary? Well,
at the individual student level, if they're not being reported out at the individual student level, nor the class level?
There was a desire to, and that's a good question. It's a relative question. That is, this was a point that stood out when it came to evaluation of last year's administration, test design, and the need for more reliable scores being produced for those aggregate level scores, and the reality of limited testing time that had a little bit of flexibility built in, and I'll walk through some of the other changes to this year's administration, one of which I just said with the field testing. And so that was really the driver in this case. To get to 10 points, felt like that was a good spot. Again, it's tricky because for all the other assessments, this was not an issue. For math is the exception. And I will say that for math, there were several across grades and across the grades, there were several of the reporting categories that just had maybe 4 or 5 or 6 maybe items attributable to them. So I think that was what stood out after last year. Phoebe?
Yeah, I'm still unclear why you have to have 10 points per kid if the goal is to have 10 points per school. So half the kids could get 5 points, the other half could get the other 5 points in that reporting category. If I saw a matrix design, I might understand better, but it's not making sense to have the possibility of construct underrepresentation affecting each student's total score so that you can have 10 score points per kid. And the 10 score points I don't have any problem with, but you said you're spiraling within classroom?
That's my understanding.
Okay, so it's not like every kid in the classroom is not getting the same form. Wait, okay. So it just doesn't seem that I'm not hearing the argument that for the 10 points per person versus 10 points per school. You want the school score.
Really, it comes down to the estimate of the per person. That's what's aggregated. So the per
Oh,
person,
oh.
if it's only like 5 items for an individual student, it's much
Oh, so
less
okay, so
reliable.
now it's making sense from a decision perspective, though I don't know that another decision might be appropriate because of the construct underrepresentation for the total score for the child. But maybe I'd say a couple of things. One is, and this isn't, to me with the child, it's not so much, wait, I didn't get any geometry items. It is this idea of the score meaning for me, for the individual student. But maybe we need to think a little differently then about aggregation. Maybe need to think about 8 items per or 7 items being enough. I know, so it sounds like it's a trade-off. And yeah, if you're aggregating at the kid level, what advantage does it, what does the matrix sampling do for you then? I mean, I'm wondering why do matrix sampling if you have to, if the number of items a child gets in a subcategory is the limit for the, you know, for it just seems like it's adding this limitation in that seems to go against the purpose of matrix sampling. But I will stop talking. I still need to think about it, and I'd need to, you know, see some stuff.
Understood. Rain?
Yeah, and I was thinking if you end up, because I remember we've talked about this in the past, and it concerned me at the time as well. Normally, we would want to make sure that everybody was exposed to the same blueprint of content. But I'm wondering if you do go this route, if there are other ways that you can make sure to balance, for example, the cognitive load being similar between them, and also the level of, I'm not going to use the right term here, but cognitive complexity. I would think that would be some things that could be done on the back end to ensure some balancing of other things, even though it wasn't quite from the same content strand. Because generally, you know, you do see differences in things like cognitive complexity and load and the fatigue and stuff that would come about when they're not exposed to the same content blueprint, right? So maybe a really, really critical or deep alignment of other core things that would ensure some level of fairness for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Suzanne?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that my comment about one child receiving geometry and the other perhaps not receiving geometry had nothing to do with whether they like it. It's if one child has differences with regard to how they perform in geometry, then that's going to impede the score. And I guess there is trade-offs, and thinking about how precise you need it at the school level. And I think once you're aggregating it up, it gets more precise versus ensuring that your individual student, where there is stakes to some for the students on these tests, is allowed to show what he or she knows across the content areas. And I guess I would, perhaps you have to look at what if, well, you can't do that because you got to have items, but to consider, is 7 items enough? And you probably could do some kind of simulation on it. If 7 items is enough per reporting category for ensuring precision at the school level while allowing the full construct to be represented to each of the students. Something like that. I just threw out 7 because I know that's a lot of states say, you know, we're not going to go below 7 for a reporting category. And that's at the individual level. Not that I agree necessarily with it.
Oh, and I hear you. I understand that. Me, is your hands okay? Let me see if Bill Audie is still on the call, because he was at the table for a lot of this thinking, and it's and I just want to make sure that I'm not leaving anything out that had been considered in terms of us moving in this direction up to this point, because I know that a lot of what you all are bringing up are what were part of the conversations around this.
Yes, if you remember several meetings ago, we talked about different options for aggregating so that we could sort of address this issue. The bottom line is, given the Pearson engine for generating reports, the only way to do a school score is to take the average of the student scores. And therefore the judgment was it's more reliable to have a average of more reliable scores than to take an average of 4 items scores. So that's the rough basis. You can, I don't have the forms in front of, I don't know if I've seen them yet. You can have some of the unrepresented items, fewer than 10 items on the test, so that students get some items from every reporting category. But the forms that get rolled up into the group score, the school score, have that minimum of 10 to have a reliable score in that average. Again, if you've seen the blueprint, there are two reporting categories that have a maximum of 15% representation, and 2 of them have a maximum or minimum of 25%. So there's no way to do this across students for every student without having a long test. Well, the first test drafts were forms were estimated to be 2.5 hours, and the requirement from the commissioner in the field was 1 hour. So this is a trade-off, and the idea was that the stakes for the student relate to the overall score, the proficiency. Not, well, technically there's no stakes for students, but the key reporting issue for an individual student is the performance level categories, NAPDs, and we consider that these forms to meet that requirement. We have highly reliable reporting categories, and then the program decisions related to the reporting categories are at the school level. So we want to have those be as reliable as possible. So this is the trade-off we've come up with across the constraints. I guess, Phoebe, are you responding to me, or I'm not wanting to take over this?
Yeah, I knew people weren't talking about the happiness of kids in terms of the test. So thanks for clarifying that, Suzanne. No, I'm okay. Let's see. So in my head, because I don't remember exactly how the sub-scores were being put together and why it was decided that it had to be an aggregate of kids, I figured there was some really good technical reason for it. But apparently it is a technology reason instead. And if that's the case, my suggestion would be to still try to go with 7 items this, or whatever, 7 items this year, because you can't change everything overnight, but to add a module that will allow you to aggregate scores in a different way, or it's disturbing to think that programming that can be done isn't being done when the whole purpose of this whole matrix sample form it might be being a little undermined by the technology that is in use. And I might be misunderstanding it, but at any rate, my suggestion would be by 2024, you'd be able to randomly do matrix sampling in a way that that you can get reliable enough aggregate scores, but that aren't required to be the aggregate of individual student scores, unless I'm misunderstanding stuff, which is possible.
Understood. You are understanding.
Fran?
Yeah, I was just going to give a small point of reflection on the record before we move on, that I think it helps tremendously that these tests are not used, for example, an end of course graduation requirement for the students. And I think I believe you all from Pearson were on the call this whole time. So the validity argument that Humro is starting, I think with collaboration of everyone, right, the department and Pearson, that really helps too, because the goals clearly that you all are coming with are really about reporting very accurate and helpful information to the districts and schools. So I think that helps to really lean this way that you're leaning, to really focus on the robustness of those sub-scores for accountability school level purposes. So I just wanted to kind of comment. I think those things are why I wouldn't go on and on about this concern of some students not being scored on the same content as others. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd moved to the second slide on the spring 2023 to sort of hit on a couple of the other features that will be occurring, one of which I've already said. So this first administration and future administrations is mandated release of content from the assessments. And with it being early enough in the development of the KSA assessments, considering item releases and noting that in some instances our item banks are not entirely robust across the board, that the decision was made that we really needed to incorporate some field testing into the mix. And content had already been developed, so we have a couple of years of content that will be integrated in field testing for this spring, and largely to accommodate that with respect to the limitations, the mandated limitations in testing time. The assessments will be crafted in sections, 2 sections as opposed to a single section as well. And that's intended to help stay within the limits of testing time as the current administration conditions exist. Additionally, this is the spring 2023 scales will be linked to the 2022 using a common item non-equivalent groups equating approach in a fairly typical manner. So roughly 30% of items from the 2022 assessments will be reused on 2023. Item positions are intended to be comparable, meaning same location basically relative to the overall forms as they appeared in 2022, and keeping in mind the integration of field test, embedded field test slots as well. And specifies robust Z drift analysis to evaluate the anchors when we go to do the technical work. That's been used historically on this program, so this follows suit. I think that is all I've got as far as updates there. I don't know if they're Brian.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions from the document. The what was it called? Forms plan. And so, if I understood it, in general, there will be at least one base form that doesn't have TEI items that allows accommodations to be done. But so my question was, I think I read it that the linking items will all be non-TEI items because the linking items are common across both forms, which means that they're not TEI items. If they, was I reading that wrong?
I believe you were reading that wrong.
Okay.
So we will, I believe, I'll have to go back and confirm.
Okay, so linking items will be common across the two base forms, and one base form has no TEI items. So does that mean that the linking items are not TEI items?
I'll have to confirm that. Because this was
okay. Yeah, I think
might
that
just be semantics, and that's for the
okay.
reading specifically. Is that what you're looking at?
Well, I think it was a description that was pretty common across most of the content ones. So that was just one question. It may lead to some construct and representation if that's the case. So if you could clear that up. The other was where the field test items appeared sort of differed content area by content area. One content area at the end, another there in the middle, and so on. Is there I'm sure there are reasons for that.
Yeah, the driver there is basically item sets versus individual items. That's the
yeah,
straightforward answer, but that's we ran into that. That's to do.
And you haven't had problems with motivational effects if they're at the end and so on.
Historically, I don't think so, judging from what we would experience on KPrep. And here too, I might reach out to Bill to see if what I'm saying is factual.
Well, the key point, I think, is that we're not using calibrations from the field testing. In other words, we're always using post-calibration, at least so far, okay. So that we don't expect that the placement will have a sufficient effect on the kinds of judgments we're going to make from field testing.
And like I said, Brian, to my experience with what was for KPrep, the previous assessments, I don't recall that being an overt concern.
And just two other quick comments on the documentation where it gives a percentage of the base items. It'd be helpful if it had the number too, because some of the base items, base forms are shorter than others. And so I was just wondering if the linking set ever got down to like 10 items or something, depending on how long the base forms were.
Yeah, that's a great question, because obviously with some of the, especially like reading, we have a lot of time dedicated to literally reading passages and whatnot. Go back and check. Offhand, I can't recall how fewest number of linking items that we have on time.
And the last question I have was, it sounds like you're equating the on-demand, you're calibrating the on-demand writing. So is that being equated through the editing mechanics or?
So up to this point, and I see that the discussion had been brought up at the last TAC, at least pre-questions when I reviewed, and at that time the answer was, we haven't had discussions around how to maintain, one of the tricky things is that you're talking about really is equating and carrying forth a single question. So there's that. However, we in keeping in mind that we might be able to make some form of adjustment, this year, like last year, there were, for each grade, there were 4 writing prompts administered, spiraled through with the editing mechanics. That same design is holding this year. 2 of the items, excuse me, 2 of the prompts are repeats from last year. I know there's some, and the other 2 are new. So strictly speaking, there's potentially a mechanism in place where we could calibrate freely and defer to the banked parameters from last year and make an adjustment that way. So at least on paper, there's a potential for that. Again, we can discuss whether that's a good idea or not as we move forward. But that's something that we had internally not addressed yet.
So that, I know the writing on the man writing's a tough, really tough thing to
It's tricky.
to-
It was
yeah.
hard enough previously when we had at least 3 prompts to work with, one of which was common, and now it's a little trickier.
So then my last comment. This was inspired by the I think the comment I read about science, that there was no field testing planned. Was if there's just a note about sort of how item exposure will play out across the future time, that would be helpful.
Be good. And I think part of the answer there is I think that the science, it's the fact that science was originated years ago, and I think that runs its course more quickly than the rest of KSA. But I'll get you a real answer. Other questions? I appreciate your insight and contributions, and look forward to working with you moving forward.
Thank you. The TAC members are so efficient. We are ahead of schedule. I don't know if anyone will object to that. Before we go, well, let me just go to the approval of our next meeting dates, and then I'll check with Rhonda or other KDE folks if there are any other items that that you think we should raise at this meeting. In terms of our KTAC meeting dates, we identified 3 dates last time, but we wanted just to confirm them, and then they'll be official this time if everyone agrees. The 3 dates we had were February 14. These are all in 2023. June 13. Those are both virtual meetings, February 14, June 13, and October 17 and 18, which would be an in-person in Kentucky. I assume it would be in Frankfurt, but it doesn't have to be. I think we'll determine the location unless Rhonda can confirm a location for us now.
I'm sorry, Brian, we'll determine it, but it most likely would be in Frankfurt.
Okay, and so people at Frankfurt, those of you who are familiar with Kentucky will know that Frankfurt is about an hour from the airport in Louisville and about an hour and a half from the airport in Covington. So if you think about the travel time, I would propose that the 2 virtual meetings be similar to what we had today. We'll allocate 6 hours for it. We may not use all the time, but that allows us to cover and a little more depth and a wider range of topics if we need to. And then the in-person meeting, I would propose that we start at 8:30 the first day and make it a complete day, go to about 4:30, and the second day start at 8:30 and end by 3:30, which I think would allow people time for a later flight. Out Covington is a Delta hub, and there are lots of flights out, I think, that people would be able to catch. But that's the proposal just in terms of timing that goes with the dates. Any discussion from the KTAC members about those dates? Does anyone not able to meet those, and we might have to look for another one? People are okay? Okay, we'll go ahead and Rhonda will confirm those dates then, and those suggested times, and in particular, if KDE will do its magic in finding a meeting place for us, then we'll let people know where we're going to meet on October 17 and 18.
We'll do that, Brian. Thank you.
Rhonda, do you have any other topics that you think that the KTAC
I didn't know,
could
Brian,
advise on?
I didn't know if you have anything you need to communicate. You may have already done so about, I know you, as you create the minutes, you'll be communicating with the KTAC members, and you may have already done that on timeline. So I know our last topic just says summary, next steps, adjournment. We certainly appreciate the very meaningful discussion today, and are really, I think, some very practical suggestions and things for us to think through and work through. So we really do appreciate your time and your expertise that you bring to these processes, and I know it improves us. So thank you for that.
Thank you. In terms of next steps for the KTAC members, as we did last time, I will get a summary to the KTAC members by Thursday. If you could turn that around by Friday, we need to get it to KDE by Monday so that they can review it and then post it. So that's part of the requirements of having a public meeting, is to have minutes, draft minutes appear fairly promptly. And so if that's so if you can be expecting to look at that, and I think it will be similar to what we had last time. It will be several pages, but not super long, and should be familiar to you based on the discussion. What we're looking for really is if there are we want to make sure that the advice is clear. We're not doing consensus. We're not taking votes. So if there are any comments, and if you want to add anything that you think of that wasn't necessarily fleshed out, that would be fine, because we're trying to give the best advice that we can. Rhonda, I think we're ready.
I think so too, Brian. So I don't know, did you formally ask for adjournment last time?
I think we're not very formal. We do take
That's right.
a motion for approval of the minutes, but we probably should ask people if there's a motion to adjourn, and we will be back together on February 14th.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Okay. Corinne,
I'll second.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right. Thank you all for staying in there for the long time today. We really appreciate you.